very typical thing. So no, if there's no real evidence, it probably did not exist. And also, it's quite hard to figure out what cable is at the seabed. The mechanics involved pulling cables up, identifying what they are, where they are, trying to yank them, tap them, cut them. It's all very fantastical. It's really not that. It's not as easy as it sounds. Okay. Not moving. All right. Let's see. Okay, it's working now. Yeah. Okay. So one of the first steps, or the second step, actually, I'll talk about the first one later. The second step in improving cable resilience is about protection, so protecting of the cable itself. Now, that's a factor normally of depth and also how close you are to human activity. So the deeper the cable is, so you're talking 3, 4, 5,000 meters, you're going to have a really thin cable, which is most likely like a light armored cable on the right-hand side. And that's, to just, limit cost and make laying of cables easy. As you get closer to the shore, you begin to get into protection, or as you travel complicated terrain, like fault lines or things like that. Or if you try to, get to high impact or high activity areas like shorelines and so forth, then you begin to add protection, specifically single armor or double armor in some cases. Obviously, the more armoring you apply, the more expensive the cable becomes, et cetera, et cetera. So the protection of the cable is not linear from end to end. It will vary depending on where it's going into or crossing. So this would be more or less the first way to prevent cable faults, is to do a really good marine survey. Initially, you'll have what is known as a desktop survey. The desktop survey will occur literally on the desktop in your office, but that's not very helpful. You'd have to do a marine survey, so you're sending ships out there that are doing sonar reflection to detect the terrain status and using GPS data to coordinate where those fault lines could be if they exist. And once you have that result, you can plan how to route your cable. It is also quite helpful to speak to local communities, coast guards, things like that, about where faults have been known to occur. And what tends to happen is that you originally have a plan about where a cable should go, but then in the end, it might go somewhere else after you have that new input of data. There we go. Let's see, was that? Yeah. So you'd wonder, so what about security? Why don't we patrol the waters and protect cables? Well, most subsea cables are actually private systems, and most protection you get at coastlines or in the international or territorial waters tend to be government type. Governments themselves don't run that many subsea cables, so there's no real incentive for the private sector to patrol and secure the cables. It's an expensive exercise, and you can't really tell exactly who might be a threat or not. Now, there are some operators that will deploy security patrols on specific routes that tend to be quite critical. I know Telstra is one of those, and they don't patrol all their cables, they patrol just some of the cables. But ultimately, it's somewhat futile legally anyway, because by the time you legislate, it's sometimes years. It's hard to figure out who was to blame or not. So insurance tends to be the best way to protect yourself against any negative outcomes of cable faults and damages. The biggest issue with cables is actually the fishing trawlers, because they tend to either not have transponders, or they tend to have them but switch them off so they don't get identified. Having a transponder, especially with large ships, cargo ships, passenger ships, is how you can determine how close a ship could get to your cable and potentially cause damage. And that can be a well-coordinated process. But yeah, fishing trawlers don't move in those circles, let's say. So they tend to really be one of the most serious reasons that you have cable faults out in relatively deep waters. When it comes to things like repairs of cables is just as slow as when you lay them, because despite the technology having come so far in and of itself, the processes to get cables laid and repaired is still the same old process as it was back in 1856, when you had ships pulling cables from Europe to the US and the transatlantic. Vessels themselves, hiring the vessels themselves can cost easily about $100,000 a day. A cable. The typical reasons for delay tend to be either delay going out or will go out and not do any work until the seas calm down. It could easily be a 3 to 4 week process. Locating the cable is quite complicated. Down. When you think about people trying to sabotage cables, it's not an easy process. And also, in the entire world, there's only about 60 or so repair vessels. So it's not that many either. And a lot of those vessels are reaching their end of life. Vessel is normally good for about 40, 50 years, let's say. And many of those are coming to end of life now. So you're going to have a bit of a shortage. And what that also means is that you do get a lot of delays in kicking off projects because ships are tied up with a bunch of other projects. And sometimes these ships that either lake might be also the same ones doing the repairs. So getting access to ships can also take a while. If you're doing a project, the average time it takes to get a ship is easily 3 to 4 years right now, because most of the ships are being tied up by, Google, Microsoft, Meta. And if you have a ship that you need to send out to do a repair, you're looking at easily, 2 to 4 weeks before you can get a ship. Sometimes the ships you need to get are out doing some other work. They need to come back, dock, stock, restock, and then go out. So it's a whole process and it's quite slow, which is why when you have a cable cut, you're easily looking at 3 to 6, maybe 8 weeks sometimes. And that's if you have the money. If you don't have the money, it could be more. In terms of landlocked countries, I think it's relatively obvious. If you don't have a coastal line, you're going to be quite cut off if you lose a subsea connection. I think Africa is the worst at the moment with 16 countries. Places like Uganda, Rwanda, let's say, pretty cut off when there's an outage, and we've had those outages before. Where cables get either cut or switched off at the Mombasa coastline, and there's no recourse. So the only real alternative here is to get resilient paths terrestrially in the other direction. Sometimes the direction might not be quite obvious. Like in the case of Africa, Congo is a bit of a problem to get across, or going up north is even more difficult. But yeah, that's the only option you really have. And I think it's becoming important to understand that figuring out how to get those terrestrial links across the impacted area is the only real option. Satellite, unfortunately, is not a real option. It doesn't have the same scale as fiber, even if sometimes we might think it wants to, but it really won't. Satellite tried to overtake subsea back in the 90s and failed. At the moment, subsea has no real competition. So yeah, this is the only solution really. Find other routes. And the thing is, once you build one difficult route, then it becomes easier to build other routes around there. So you have a small capillary of network that begins to grow. It takes time, but you have to start with one. That's really the only alternative. In terms of the future, so where subsea is going, capacity drives demand and demand drives capacity. Really as simple as that. What I can say is that even though there's a lot of cables that are being built at the moment, we still don't have enough. The compounded annual growth rate for capacity is about 44, 45, 50% every year until 2030, 2035. When you think a new cable has come up, it's given about 7 to 10 years and the capacity is done. So we're now at you have a technological end of life, which is normally 25 years, and you have now a commercial end of life, which is about 7 to 10 years. And that's not a really long time, considering that the average cable project will take about 6 to 7 years before it gets launched. And in that time, you have a bunch of cables that are also dying or coming end of life. So we're getting to a point where the rate of demand for capacity is moving a lot faster than the cables that can come online to replace them. If you look at cables like AAE1 and Simiwi 5, which were serving Asia Pac just as little as 8-9 years ago, those are out of capacity already. And Simiway 6, which I think being blocked by, the Red Sea drama, is not going to go live for some time. So we're at that inflection point, and it's a real capacity crunch crisis that we're going to have to deal with for the next, I'd say, 5 years. So what are we doing in the space to increase capacity? We're getting to, I think, the limits of what the optical domain can do in terms of how much light we can throw into the fiber before we start to get into technical impairments. So one of the ways we're mitigating that is to have many more fiber pairs within a single cable. It's called SDM, spatial division multiplexing, where you've got many, many more fiber pairs in one cable. Typical cables used to be about 2 to 8 fiber pairs. Now new cables are in the range of 12 to 24 and very soon to 32 fiber pairs. One of the ways to do that is just the normal approach, just have more fiber pairs. But the other more interesting ways is to have fiber cores with multiple cores in them. So you've got one fiber core with another core in it. That's what we call the multi-core fiber. Laser. Yeah, so the multi-core fiber is this B or the D. So one of the evolutions that's being studied now is to have multi-core fiber and then to have multi-mode within that multi-core fiber itself. So you'd end up with one core fiber having easily, 5 or 6 or 7 lasers, let's say, and that will increase the capacity dramatically. It is a bit of a technical challenge, and I think NEC has begun doing work in that area with the multi-core fiber, but I think would probably need another 8 to 10 years just to really leverage that multi-core, multi-mode fiber. And I think that's the future. I think we've reached the limits of optical signal to noise ratio itself in the digital domain. And now it's time to go back into the physical domain and see what we can do with the fiber itself. In terms of cable ownership nowadays and who is investing in them, the majority of cables now are either owned by or sponsored by the content providers, typically Google, Meta, and Microsoft. I think Amazon are trying to do some work, but not yet really, at least not as a direct owner or investor. And then obviously everywhere else you go, you will find China either involved or either as an investor or owner or a co-owner on a lot of cables. It does present some interesting political challenges, let's say, but you will find less and less and less traditional telcos participating in cable builds. They normally come along for the ride. They don't actually initiate or co-invest themselves because traditional telecoms is slowly being eroded by the content and cloud providers in this space. So I think that's another talk we'll be doing later on this week. So this is where the investments are coming from nowadays. I think Meta just announced Anjana, which is a really huge cable. Google just announced one down from America down to South America to Chile. So there's a lot happening in that area, and I think that's for the foreseeable future going to be the trend. Fewer and fewer telcos getting the space, more and more content, which puts a lot of pressure on the telecoms industry because the biggest reason telcos built cables was to service the Googles of the world. But if they are not customers anymore, there's no real reason to invest. So, and I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. That was super loud. Do we have questions? George.
Mark, that was super. Can you explain the paradox that a landlocked nation is adversely affected because a fiber is cut when it's landlocked and it doesn't have direct connectivity to the fiber? I am not saying you're wrong. I'm just sitting here going, I don't understand.
No, thank you for that. Great question. So cables can only land by the sea, let's say. The cable landing station has to be built along the coastline where the cable is landing. And that's always at a coastline. You do have a concept now where cables are landed in the data center as opposed to in the cable landing station. And that's really just for commercial convenience, but technically it's not true. Technically, the cable still has to land at the coastline in a cable landing station and then gets extended with internal fiber optic network, either to a data center or to neighboring countries. Now, when you have a cable cut, which normally happens either at the shore, at the landing, or in the deep water, well, then that cable landing is cut off from the cable itself, and in turn, any other fiber infrastructure that connected that country and neighboring countries to the landing is also impacted. So the fiber itself between the country, the landlocked country, and the country that has the landing station is still alive and well.
But it's the lack of diversity.
Yeah.
They're effectively captive behind that massive investment. And when it goes, they don't have laid off parts, diverse parts.
Well, also because along the coastline, not every country will have a landing. So, for example, if you take the East African coastline, for example, most of the cables will land either in Djibouti or in Mombasa. That's quite a distance. There's no real physical infrastructure between, say, Rwanda and Djibouti. So yeah, and a lot of those, it's quite expensive typically, because as you know, commercially, the deeper you go into a country, the more expensive the capacity becomes. So cheapest, and you're looking to next 20x price increase. So it's very expensive, which means once path, it's quite impossible that's going to increase your cost. It's like the US is not such a huge problem because you multiple things across the of that problem a lot more. And there's not much you can do about it. You just really have to build to other coastlines. So in the case of Africa, for example, you'd have to find a way to build up to the west coast, or maybe south or north. That's the only way. Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. Do we have any other question? Yes.
You said that only 80% of the fiber cuts are due to accidents or aggression. What about in countries where there are internet shutdowns like Myanmar? Are they also the same case, or is it also is it included, or is there no research on that? And then second question is, can you explain more about the political challenges surrounding the big players that are investing in the sea cables? Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, so remind me if I'm wrong, but did ISOC do some research? Was it ISOC that did some research on internet shutdowns?
Yeah. ISOC has a dedicated webpage on internet shutdowns, and we track shutdowns around the world. And we usually write an analysis on how the shutdown was operated. We do distinguish between a shutdown and an outage. Usually shutdowns are government-mandated shutdowns, and it usually comes with a communique from the government saying that because of an election or a protest, they are going to shut down the internet. And we make a different case for disruption, such as like a cable cut or something like that.
Yeah. So I mean, the easiest way you can tell the internet was shut down is if the repair happens 24 hours later. With regard to your second question, so there's nothing really political itself about the content providers building cables. It's more about when there's Chinese involvement. I think so. HMN Tech, which used to be Huawei Marine, does still tend to happen is in the US. There's a government agency called Team Telecom. Their mandate is to provide regulatory approval and licensing to land cables in the US or to associate with any cables that might land in the US. So such cables might traverse territories the US might seem that could impact the cable project itself. There are cables that had to be rerouted because even if they were going to land in, let's say, Los Angeles, they were going to touch Taiwan. And obviously there's disputes there between China and the US about who owns Taiwan, and things like that. So yeah, that's the political angle that the cable projects tend to take. It's a bit tricky because it's kind of hard nowadays to find Chinese investment to some degree because China has the money to build cables that most, telco infrastructure providers don't have. The other issue is you'll find that a lot of the Western companies will not buy capacity on a Chinese built cable. So take, for example, there's a cable called Peace, which I think lands in Singapore and then moves across. I think there's a bit of India, there's Pakistan, there's Djibouti, there's Mombasa. And most American companies will not buy capacity on Peace. Now, having said that, there are some who will relax that requirement and say, look, if I buy from someone who buys from someone who buys from someone that ends up buying from Peace, then I'm not buying from Peace, for example. And then there's others who say, no, it cannot touch Peace at all. So it's stuff like that. Yeah, that becomes a bit political.
Mark. Great. So you touch upon the need of terrestrial capacity, and our next talk is going to be about how we are mapping the terrestrial capacity. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Steve, can you hear us?
I can indeed. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. Nice. You can share your screen.
Great. Shall I start?
Yes, you can start.
Hello, everyone. My name is Steve Song, and I am relatively new to ISOC, but my role within the organization is, when it comes to internet measurement, is measuring the physical infrastructure of the internet, which I think doesn't always get the attention it deserves. When we think about the internet, people talk about, the cloud, but there's, the cloud is based on very real things. And as we saw from Mark's presentation, undersea cables have become the underlying. Sorry, my screen's not advancing for some reason. There we are. Undersea cables have become the foundational infrastructure, not just of telecoms, but particularly of the internet. And it is quite remarkable just how that has changed over a relatively short number of years. I can remember back in 2009, a state-of-the-art undersea cable was, a little over a terabit per second in total design capacity. Now, a single cable can carry over 300 terabits per second, and there are hundreds and hundreds of them around the world. And finding out information about undersea cables is not that hard. There are excellent resources like Telegeography's Submarine cable map, and it's relatively public information. But when it comes to terrestrial fiber, that's not so much the case. There is no normative behavior when it comes to publishing information about terrestrial networks. And really, submarine cable infrastructure doesn't tell you that much about the state of the internet unless you combine it with information about terrestrial fiber. And And so this map here is a project that I have worked on for many years, for over 10 years, to try and map terrestrial fiber across the African continent. And doing it kind of Wikipedia style in terms of crowdsourcing data and then putting it together into an open data resource. And the realization I came to was that some operators are very happy to share information, and some share nothing at all and will not respond to any inquiry for information about the disposition of their terrestrial network. And so it's a bit of a paradox in that what seems normal for some is abnormal for others. So here are some examples of good practice. This is Unity in the United States. They publish fairly detailed maps of their fiber across the country, where you can get dark fiber, where you can lease network services or access to tower sites. It's a really, really useful, interactive, zoomable map. And South Africa, this is Dark Fiber Africa in South Africa. They've been going for nearly 15 years now and have always published a detailed map of their fiber infrastructure right down to curbside. And I think one of the kind of immediate reactions some people have to whether one should publish a map of terrestrial fiber infrastructure as well. Is it a cybersecurity concern? Is it putting our network at risk by publishing network data like this? And I think, well, the fact that some operators do publish this level of detail is itself a relatively compelling argument that perhaps the risk is not so great. But I think even more compelling is when we look at operators like RETN in the Ukraine, who in the midst of a conflict still published very, very detailed fiber optic maps, right down to the address of their data centers. And if publishing a map of their fiber networks were a security concern, well, these would have, I think, been the first websites to come down. And it's not just RETN. This is Dataline, another Ukraine operator, their fiber map, and yet another one, Data Group. So yes, I think when it comes to network security, having a map online is not necessarily a critical vulnerability. And operators publish network maps in varying degrees. Some are quite detailed, like the Dark Fiber Africa. Some, like this is Turkcell in Turkey, publish more stylized maps of their infrastructure. And even these are quite useful because they relatively clearly indicate where the points of presence on the network are. But it remains a challenge. It remains a challenge because there are no norms about publishing that data. You do have institutions like the ITU who have made it a mission to gather network infrastructure data and compile it into an infrastructure connectivity map. And this is an excellent resource maintained by the broadband mapping unit within the ITU. However, there is a kind of Faustian bargain that is made by the ITU in order to gain access to this data. So they sign NDAs with operators, and so operators share their network maps under an NDA, which means that you get a lovely looking map like this, but you can't really zoom in on it, so it only zooms to a limited level. You can't click to sort of find out more of the metadata about the network, and probably most significantly of all, you can't download it. And you can't, to combine it with other data sources. And so this remains, even though this is a huge step forward, it remains hamstrung by the non-disclosure agreements that the ITU has had to sign in order to gain access to this data. Now, in the years that I have spent, trying to map African terrestrial fiber optic infrastructure, I've learned two important lessons. The first lesson is that crowdsourcing is never going to do the whole job. So I reckon this map represents about 70% of the total number of fiber optic networks across the continent. But even worse than that is that the data is very shallow. So there is no indication of points of presence. We don't have an indication of when the networks went live, or how many fiber strands, or what capacity these networks are at. So it is an accomplishment, I think, to have gotten this far, but it also brought home the lesson that simple crowdsourcing was not going to do it. And the other lesson that I learned from this was actually through two researchers, Jonas Hjort and Jonas Poulsen, who, having discovered that this map was available as open data, that you could download the underlying map data for free. They approached me and said, "Well, can we use this data to do some socioeconomic analysis?" And of course, as under an open data license, that's exactly what you would like to have happen. And they were able to take the terrestrial fiber infrastructure data and combine it with employment level data and actually discover a correlation, a significant correlation, that the closer you are to fiber, the higher the employment levels are. And this is perhaps, for anyone who works in the industry, not really a surprise, but to actually build evidence of the impact of investment of fiber infrastructure is significant. And it's just the tip of the iceberg of the kinds of insights that could be revealed if we had access to this underlying data about infrastructure. And indeed, it was this research that caught the attention of the World Bank. And it was the World Bank that then approached me and said, "Well, how do we get more of this data?" And that led to a conversation with a number of organizations, including the ITU, the World Bank, a number of African fiber optic network operators, the Mozilla Corporation, and Internet Society, and to the development of an open data standard for describing terrestrial fiber optic broadband infrastructure. And this was a project that kicked off in about 2020. We worked with a group in the UK called the Open Data Services Cooperative. They are experts in open data standard development and have worked on various projects with the World Bank. The project was chaired by led by an advisory body that was co-chaired by the World Bank and the ITU, and led to the development of a first and a second and then third iteration of the data standard, and which we are now engaged in kind of maturing and in talking to operators and regulators about adoption. And well, why would a regulator be interested in adopting an open data standard for describing terrestrial fiber? I mean, some of the reasons are obvious, right? That you can make smarter investments, right? If you have better coordinated information that conforms to a common standard, you are going to be able to more accurately target the underserved areas. It can be a useful tool for coordinating across other sectors. Here, there's a news story of the UK government putting together a digital map of the underground, including, electricity, rail, oil, gas infrastructure. And this open data standard can form a key part of building that map in a consistent, replicable way. And hopefully with the result in reducing physical network interruption and destruction. And that's certainly a key interest for everyone. and an opportunity for benchmarking, in that often when we compare fiber across, across countries or across regions, we're not comparing the same kinds of infrastructure always, and people measure fiber in interesting and sometimes perverse ways. So having a standard for that is actually an opportunity to have more accurate insights into the spread of fiber. But perhaps most significantly is that without a common standard for describing fiber, regulators, governments have no true sense of the resiliency of the network infrastructure in their country. And I want to illustrate this with an example from Brazil. So this is a map from Anatel, the regulator in Brazil. And on the left-hand side, that's Sao Paulo, and on the right-hand side is Rio de Janeiro, the two largest cities in Brazil. And if you count the fiber lines, the lines of fiber optic infrastructure, there's about 9 operators reporting fiber between those two cities. But are there 9 individual fiber deployments in the ground? Or are some operators, buying dark fiber on somebody else's network? Are some operators buying lit capacity on somebody else's dark fiber? It's impossible to know, and often operators will report having fiber, but that fiber that they report might be lit capacity, might be dark fiber, or it might be actual physical infrastructure that they own. And all of those are legitimate answers to saying, yes, I have fiber, but they all mean different things in the real world. And so if we want to ensure that your national fiber infrastructure is truly redundant in the most effective way, without understanding this level of information about fiber networks, then your networks may be much more vulnerable than you imagine them to be. And so I think a standard such as the Open Fiber Data Standard is actually key to infrastructure resilience. And of course, I mean, this is good news for operators as well. Within most countries, you find information asymmetries about fiber infrastructure, with the biggest operators having the most information and small operators having the least. And so having a standard for publishing information about fiber is likely to level the playing field a little bit for small ISPs and rural operators in particular, who are looking for where they can access fiber, and hopefully creating a better ecosystem for investors who can then have more confidence that where they want to pour money in investment is actually greenfield or complementary infrastructure. And indeed, I think, well, as mentioned, the understanding the socioeconomic impact of those investments is actually key to understanding why investment in fiber should be part of a national strategy. And with an open data standard, it's possible to actually have better tools of analysis, so that if everybody uses the same data standard, then a tool developed for one is a tool that can work for all. And one tool that'll work for one regulator can work for 200 other regulators. So to give you a sense of what an open data standard, how it can be kind of pivotal and impactful, I want to illustrate it with a different standard. So I'm sure all of you have used, Google Maps, Apple Maps, Bing Maps, and taken advantage of the public transit information available on those maps. Well, that public transit information comes to you via an open standard called the General Transit Feed Specification. And what it does is it specifies how transit providers provide information about their routes, about their trips, about their fares, their stops, and so on. And thanks to this standard, a single transit provider can actually provide information to all map providers, and can benefit from sharing the innovations of other transit providers in terms of providing information in a timely and useful way. So the General Transit Feed Specification is truly a standard that it's a tide that raises all ships. It's good for the mappers, it's good for the transit operators, and everybody wins, even though the maps compete with each other, and even though the transit providers are sometimes in competition with each other. So it's that kind of model that we're pursuing with the Open Fiber Data Standard. And what does it look like? Well, it's a set of schemas. It's the standard describes what data to publish about terrestrial fiber networks. It gives a vocabulary for talking about these networks and provides some guidance and software tools for people who are the publishers and users of that data. It consists of, a set of schemas describing the tables that describe the networks, very detailed documentation to guide people in terms of how to apply the standard and how to use it in their own context, and also a set of tools for validating that data. So it's key that if multiple operators are sharing information about their networks, that it has to be done in exactly the same way so that you can compare eggs with eggs. And so there are tools that allow you to validate that the open fiber data source that you've created is consistent with the standard. It covers three basic domains of information. One is kind of location data, so the routes of fiber cables, the coordinates of points of presence, or routes to towers, IXPs, etc. It talks about the technical underlying data of the fiber. Now, we very, very deliberately don't try and replicate existing standards, but rather to point to them. So if it's G652 fiber deployment, we'll simply point to that standard, or point to the ITU standards for outside plant deployment in terms of the quality of the deployment of the fiber. And then, of course, it captures administrative data. So, the organizations that operate the network, who built the network, who shares the network, and even up to the availability of capacity. In terms of the scope, at the moment, we are focused on national and middle mile terrestrial networks. We're quite deliberately not focusing on undersea networks because their structure is quite different from terrestrial networks. We hope to include last mile networks, fiber to the home networks as well, but that will require a little bit of an expansion of the standard to cope or to cover some of the aspects unique to passive fiber networks. So what does that look like in practice? Well, you may be wondering, well, where does the data live? And it's very much our hope that there will be no gatekeepers for this data, that each network operator will be the authoritative source of information about their own network infrastructure. And the regulator, which most regulators compel network operators to supply information about the disposition of their terrestrial fiber, can collect that information using the Open Fiber Data Standard. So here you can see operators might submit their information to the regulator, who then might publish a map of some level of transparency. It might not publish the full standard, but some level of information might be publicly available to researchers, to the interested public. There might be a more detailed version that is available only to licensed operators. And there's that opportunity within the data standard to have different slices of the data that's available to, different constituencies. And some might use the data to produce different kinds of maps. So the regulator might produce a map related to investment, whereas an operator association might use the same data to produce a map that focuses on network interruptions and the resolution of network interruptions. And then those national regulators might share their data with the ITU, who might make then a better global broadband infrastructure map. Now, this is one scenario for how things might play out. We're not quite sure how that will happen, but the only point I want to make here is trying to steer away from having gatekeepers to data. So in order to promote that, we've been doing workshops with regulators, mostly in Africa, and also working with operator associations to build buy-in. This year, our focus is going to be on the development of a governance structure, a democratic governance structure for the standard, and to engage in the development of tools to help operators and regulators use the data in a meaningful way and to carry out outreach in other regions of the world. I will certainly make this presentation available. There are a lot of links inside, which I encourage you to follow. And if any of this is of any interest to you, and if you're interested in learning more about the Open Fiber Data Standard, if you're interested in hosting a workshop with operators or regulators in your region, or if you're interested in participating in the development of the standard and its governance, we would very much like to talk to you. And please do get in touch. And happy to take any questions if we have time for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Do we have questions for Steve this morning? Yes, we have one.
Hi, Steve. I'm Simon Charlotte. I'm a journalist for theregister.com. I'm interested to hear you say that most nations just don't have a view of their fibre estates. Are any nations able to do this well at the moment?
That's not quite what I said. Okay. All governments will maintain maps of fiber infrastructure. What I was saying is that the quality of that information is limited by the lack of a standard for describing it. So operators report on fiber infrastructure, but they may not report, to make it clear whether the capacity that they have is physical infrastructure that they own, or where they have purchased IRUs on somebody else's fiber, or where they just have lit capacity on a network. These are important distinctions because I've spoken to numerous operators who have gone through the process of trying to negotiate for redundancy, for a resilient link on their network, only to discover that they were talking to an operator who was going to supply them capacity on the same fiber link on a different strand of the same infrastructure that they were already on. So, understanding these nuances is absolutely critical, and creating a vehicle for sharing is important as well. So I've spoken to the Canadian regulator, who have excellent mechanisms for collecting data from licensed operators, but there are lots of metros across Canada who maintain their own fiber infrastructure, and they have no insight or access into that into those networks. And so, again, having a common standard for sharing, I think, is going to improve the game for everyone.
And just a quick follow-up. Could you just explain where the standard's at? I see you might be at version 0.3, but the GitHub page looks like it hasn't had a lot of action for a couple of years.
Yeah, so as I say, I've just joined the Internet Society a month ago, and our aim is to actively develop the standard this year, working with standards organizations and partners around the world.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? No. In that case, thank you, Steve, for this very interesting presentation and for joining us that late for you in Halifax.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. A big round of applause. Thank you. Great. So this morning, we talked both about submarine cables resilience and terrestrial cable resilience. And one thing which is super important, as we have noticed, is the availability of data. And without data, we will not be able to make proper planning. We will not be able to make plans for the future to make the network more resilient. So it's super important for us to have access to information and to data as much as possible. Without further ado, I would now move to the next round, the next session. So the next session is about the importance of measuring locally. And we will have three speakers, Alastair, Anand, and myself. So let's start with Alastair.
Thank you. Is there a mic up? Or
there's a mic up there.
I'll bring this because I'm old and I can't see. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming today. My name is Alastair Strachan. I work at the RIPE NCC as one of the community development officers. But today I am here to talk to you about RIPE Atlas. So I'll do a quick show of hands. Has anyone here heard of RIPE Atlas? Do you know what we do? That's good to see. I'll be giving an Atlas 101. So for some of you, you may probably know more than I do, but we'll run through it anyway. We'll just wait for this. I had it recently where the presentation opened on the last closing slide and it was just straight to questions. I very much enjoyed that kind of presentation. It's all good. It feels like time is a lot longer when it's situations like this. It's actually only been about 20 seconds. So those damn Windows updates. I mean, we can, I don't know if you want to plug. I mean, it's fine. We're running early. I mean, I can talk about a lot of things, but I'm not sure cables are my strong point. I slept wonderfully last night. Actually, it ruined my excuse if this presentation doesn't go well. Don't leave, stay. I see you trying to escape. You're missing the best presentation of the day. Actually, I shouldn't say that before I give the presentation. I'd see, I've talked up too much now. If you want, I can just hold. Interpretive dance. Resisting the urge to do karaoke.
Sorry about that. We're not used to using PowerPoint. Thank you both for having us.
Hey,
There we go.
this is it. I've picked it up now. So yes, welcome. RIPE Atlas 101. Wait, I need this clicker, don't I? There you go. So what is RIPE Atlas? For those who don't know, RIPE Atlas is a large-scale active measurement network that was built and is still operated by the RIPE NCC. And it's based on the community deploying host vantage points that we call probes. Now, it's been operating since 2010. Thankfully, the engineers who work on this are better at maths than I am and know that 2025 minus 2010 is 15, not 14. But it has been in almost 15 years now. Actually, when I first started at the RIPE NCC, my very first job was shipping out Atlas probes when we only had 500 online. We're now sitting around 15,000, and the process has gotten a lot more efficient than me with a supermarket scanner shipping probes one by one. So we have a worldwide presence, though there is focus on our service region. So with the RIPE NCC, that is Europe, Middle East, and Central Asia. The primary objective of the project was to support network operations, but through doing that, understanding the state of the internet and supporting research came up as secondary objectives of the project. Hey. Let's have a look here. The main uses, as I mentioned, the main use of Atlas is to measure a network target from pretty much anywhere in the world. You can do a whole host of different measurements. There's ping, traceroute, DNS, NTP, SSL, TLS, and limited HTTP. There's kind of two ways in which you can run these measurements. So there's continuous monitoring. So that is if you want to establish a baseline or monitor planned or unplanned changes. Also to improve routing, things along those lines. And these measurements run periodically. We also have ad hoc or immediate tests, and this is if there's a problem, it can be used to troubleshoot. It can be used to pinpoint exactly where a problem is and thus help with recovery. So I've mentioned probes. We actually have three different types of probes. So we have a hardware probe, a software, and then also an anchor. So with the hardware probes, we're sitting around 8,200, 3,500 with the software probes, and around 800 anchors. The hardware probes themselves, there is a limited supply, so you would apply to host one of these hardware probes. One of the great things about these is it's very much a plug and play. Plug it in, it's automatically configured, it automatically updates, there's very little maintenance needed. Is anyone here hosting a probe? Yay. Yeah. I can't offer you anything, but yeah. We also have our software probes. Leah, I can't remember when software probes were released off the top of my head. I asked Leah because Leah is our Atlas guru who's here. But we also have software probes. So it's the same functionality, but without that the need for hardware itself. So it's installable on pretty much any Linux machine. And it does need a little more expertise in regard to the underlying operating system. And every so often there's upgrades released that needs to be done by the host. Now, I also mentioned RIPE Atlas anchors. Now, anchors are our supersized probe. So it's probe and also a willing measurement target. So with these RIPE Atlas anchors, they're supposed to be installed on core networks with stable connectivity. They can be either a hardware or a virtual machine. The OS, the service, the probe firmware, all of that is managed by the RIPE NCC. And these are automatically measured by every other anchor in a full mesh. So that's ping, traceroutes, HTTP. So it's a constant flow of data about connectivity of whatever that anchor is connected to. I've mentioned hosts. Hosts are favorite people. These are the people who actually have either the hardware, software, or anchor probes on their network. So they're responsible for keeping that probe connected. It can be shared within an LIR or an ISP. And these hosts earn credits depending on how long the probe's been up. We have some probes that have been online since 10, 15 years, and there's been very little instability on those, with the exception of moving house. And anyone can host multiple probes, so you can have as many probes as you are able to host through your networks and things along those lines. So, looking at measurements now, this is something that is really one of the great things that the Atlas project allows us to do. And these are these multiple types of measurements. So all measurements have a single target, but have multiple vantage points. So we have periodic measurements. So these have a predefined interval. You can set which probes at the beginning, how many, the number of probes, all of those things. Can have a predetermined or predefined start and stop time. And the most relevant use cases of these are for monitoring and, as I say, determining a baseline and tracking any changes. We then have the one-off measurements. It's kind of in the name. These run only once. And with this, response time is measured in seconds. And the most relevant use case is this: is if there is a problem, you can see where it is, and then that will help you with recovery and debugging, things along those lines. Now, with being a host, you actually gain these credits, and these credits are used for running measurements. So the measurement cost, I just realized that my beautiful graphic is covering. I guess we'll do a Q&A. Who can answer what the ME may stand for? It's measurements. So the proportional credit cost, it depends on the type of measurement you're doing, how many probes you use in, those kind of things. Now, credits can be earned a few ways. Oh no, it's my slide that's probe or an anchor. Being a right you can also transfer them between certain users and things along those lines, and credits can be pooled, and you can share them with colleagues or other people you may be doing research and things along those lines with. So this is a pretty simple overview of kind of the data and how Atlas works. So we have the anchors and probes. The controller and the data repository gather that information, and then users can access that either through the web interface. We have APIs, the command line interface, streaming, and also BigQuery. So there's a few different ways in which you can interact with the data that we have. Uh-oh, we're getting booted out. Deny. Next up, I'm going to touch on ambassadors and sponsors. So ambassadors are, actually, do we have any ambassadors in the room? Woohoo! So ambassadors help with distribution of our hardware probes. They help by spreading the word and supporting local users. So that is one way in which we again use the support of the community to get the word out about this project. We also have financial sponsors, so they provide monetary support for RIPE Atlas and our other data and measurement services, and with that they get a number of hardware probes. They obviously get recognition and visibility. They also are allocated other people's probes to get credits from. So they will collect credits for the probes that they sponsor. They also get one-off credits and the ability to run multiple anchors. So here we have, just in case you weren't aware of where we are, this is where we are. This graphic actually really shows how dense within our service region. So you see Europe, Middle East, Central Asia is very well covered. And it's when we get further out of our region, that's where we're looking for help to get more of these probes online. Now, I learned very early on in my career, never do live demonstrations. Therefore, you are getting screenshots of a live demonstration. So this is just an overview of our quick look measurements. Now, these are, in the name, these are very straightforward. It's a click, click, and you get the measurement. So here you can see, is there a pointer here? Yes. Here we can see, you can simply IPv4, IPv6, the ping, trace route, and you can do that quick look, and then it will throw out those results quite straightforward. If you want, find me afterwards and we can do some of these live, but as I say, I never do them on stage. We then have the more detailed measurements, and these are the ones which you define yourselves. So it's a very straightforward process. We've made the interface as easy as possible. So you can select what kind of measurement, so ping, traceroute, DNS, etc. You then can configure the ping measurement, enter the target address, the target IP address. You can then tag, you can specify the frequency, the number of packets, the size. You can do a whole host on these measurements, and then get the results, which, I always forget the step. You can also select which probes you want. So if you want to say, I want to see how my network's available from Malaysia or from Australia, you can select the probes within that country and measure accordingly. So it just gives a little more nuance and detail as to who is measuring you and what information you're getting. You can also schedule it so it runs periodically or do it as a one-off measurement. Next, this is how the results will come out in a few different ways. We have a few different interfaces in which you can see the results. You either get, there's the results. I'm not sure what else I can talk about on that one. Now, we do also have a number of command line interfaces that can be used for the more technical people. So the NCC's Python-based tools have been available for some time. So we have RIPE Atlas Sagan, which is a raw result parser. As you can tell, I really understand what this means. We have RIPE Atlas the next one, which is an API wrapper. And we also have RIPE Atlas Magellan, which is command line tools. We've recently released Goat, which is a Go implementation of an API wrapper. We also have the command line binaries. They're available if you don't wish to compile, and all of these are open source. But wait, there's more. Again, this is just some of the other things that run on RIPE Atlas. So obviously we have the APIs. We also have LatencyMon and TraceMon. We have data analysis using daily dumps and BigQuery. And we also have other services that have been built on top of it, like RIPE-Stat. We have DNSMon and DomainMon. And we also have IPMap. Again, find me afterwards if you wish to see any more information on these. And there is one thing that my colleague Leah reminded me that I forgot to add into this presentation, and it kind of touches on the this year section, the known cases. And as there's been quite a few discussions about sea cable damage, we recently used Atlas with the Baltic Sea sabotage cut damage. I'm not sure what we call it. There's actually a really good RIPE Labs article. RIPE Labs is where we publish a lot of our research work and a lot of papers on things that we see. But there's a great article using RIPE Atlas that shows how the network worked around these cable cuts. We're renewing the UI and interface, and we're also making it easier for our software probes to be installed. And as ever, we're always looking to increase the member benefits and how useful this is. So if you do have any feedback or you wish to gather any more information, please come find myself or my colleague Leah, and we'll be happy to help and answer any questions you may have. And with that, I've put, instead of my own email address, I have put the Atlas email address because they are the people who will understand any technical questions that you have. I'm very much a mouthpiece for the technical people. So with that, I hope that was informative. And yeah, any questions or comments?
Questions or comments?
Silence. No,
George.
not George. Anyone but George. No. Okay, good. Woo. Then, yes, I can. Oh, wait, this one.
So many years ago when, one more, 10, 11, many years ago when Daniel Karenberg was talking about what he had imagined about building this system, he used to show a picture from a European satellite of the world at night. And you can basically tell the shape of the continents because of the flood of light coming out of the cities. And he said that was his goal. Well, if you look at this map, it's not quite there.
We're getting there.
But it is definitely getting there. You can see that for Europe and North America, and even for South America and parts of Africa, it's beginning to give you the shape of the continent. For India, it's probably working. But you're absolutely right. Density in the Asia Pacific could be improved. If you look at the map, it's classic locations that have really high coverage. But there are some interesting things here. For instance, the Philippines are really remarkably well covered. PNG has one, but there's very little in the other half of the island. I mean, West Irian is an extremely political place, but the fact remains they have telecommunications. East Timor have telecommunications, and not having that density of probes is actually interfering with our ability to understand our own network. So I know you're here to do a spiel for RIPE, and it's for benefit to the European users, but as a committed Atlas owner, I think it's great, but we have to boost density in this region. We just have to.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, George. I will say I have a load of probes with me. So if you are interested in hosting, either speak to myself or Leah. Leah, give her. There's Leah. And Leah, actually, I will say a lot of the probes in this region are down to Leah's hard work and outreach. So props to Leah. I saw a question at the front. Oh.
I'll go quick here. So Matthew Wilder from TELUS in Canada. So up in the top left corner, you can see a few of those dots in Canada in the northern bits. A few of those were when I was an ambassador. So it's an amazing tool. This is like perfect for internet measurement talks. You can actually invoke tests from any other probe. And we have a pretty broad geography in Canada. So we're always looking at what's the performance, what's the measurement of latency from here to there. So really, really great set of tools.
Awesome. Thank you.
So along those lines, my name's Hurry Allen, Network Startup Resource Center. I'm in Eugene, Oregon. I have a probe, but it's ancient. So you have probes here. Maybe I'll talk to you.
Probes. Does your ancient probe still work?
That's my question. I haven't checked.
We can check. Absolutely, we can check.
Okay. Very cool. Okay.
And so, no, if you're interested, no, don't get a probe from Alastair. If you're committed, right, if you'll actually plug it in, because I know, because I've given out too many probes as an ambassador to people who are interested, and I need it plugged in, and I get the reminder messages from and also I have an ancient probe, and it's going to have its 12th birthday in 16 days time, and so they just last, and so there is some value in a hardware probe as long as you plug it in and look after it and make sure it blinks rather than the software probes, because some people strangely don't manage their VM infrastructure as well as they do these little devices.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, see, Leah approves. Then with that, thank you so much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your week. Oh, and thank you for Jarl for organizing this. This is great. So yeah.
Thank you, Alastair.
Thanks.
Another round of applause. Thank you. Great. Moving next to Anand. So Anand is going to talk about establishing India's indigenous internet measurement system.
Hello, everyone. Well, I shall wait. And thanks, Robbie, for kind of doing a story on this. Last week, we have published in Pearl's website. I would request all of you, if you are interested, you can go through that. And the kind of opportunity, kind of presenting something new over here, RIPE Atlas from last 14 years. And this is kind of last 2 years, we are working on measurements in India. I think, yes, we are somewhere. Yep. Wow. Yeah, thank you. So why a new measurement system? That's one of the questions that was always there whenever we have started. So this particular photograph is from one of the community events that we have done in one of the premier institutes in India, IIT Guwahati, in December 2024. These are the people, these are the teams and kind of students, faculties, and other stakeholders. They have joined us for an hackathon using this platform. A standards hackathon. They have worked on some of the drafts, some of the RFCs using this measurement platform. And they were there for around 2 months of remote hackathon, and then 3 days of physical, kind of the way ITF hackathon works. The measurement platform is evolving itself to be a standards development and testing platform, wherein people come together. They use this platform. We provision VMs, and then the architecture is such a reference architecture which could be used for protocol development. Yep. So some of the measurements that we are doing with this measurement platform is kind of the similar one that we have right now across the world. We have anchors deployed across India. And it is something which is more relevant over here. We are doing end-to-end measurements. Kind of we can provision servers in our anchors as well as clients. So what happens over here, any other probe or any other software probe that we wanted to include, we can include in our system. So it is kind of very much interoperable. And there are lots of measurement routines that we are running. And then this is kind of giving us more insight into what is happening. We have right now 5, and as a part of this platform, we have implemented two things. One is the Enica servers that we have. These servers are capable of kind of giving us local measurement page and also giving us flexibility to deploy servers, server instances, which could actually work at, say, kind of working like a CDN, then the Enica's deployments, and also edge platforms. And these are some of the anchors, which are kind of Raspberry Pi units. It can be deployed in as a virtual machine in a Raspberry Pi, or any kind of single board computer, or any kind of computers that we have. So many of the educational institutions and many of the stakeholders like ISPs are kind of implementing these software, these anchors in their own networks. This is an edge environment. The core feature over here is whenever we are talking about an anchor, we can deploy anything, any kind of measurement module, and it is very plug and play. So let's say if ping, traceroute, and DNS, and on DNS, we wanted to have more measurements into those anchors. So kind of the researchers or kind of those who are interested, they can just work with us and they can deploy these measurements, and the measurement can be fired from the platform. Now, without a community, a thriving community, an internet measurement network may not work. And that was something that was very important for us to understand, that if a measurement network, and that too, which is capable of kind of working on software standards, internet standards, and also going forward, we need to have a community behind us. So what we have done is kind of 5 workshops in 5 locations in India: Chennai, Mumbai, Noida, Guwahati, and Kolkata. A one-day workshop, around 300 to 400 people kind of attended this workshop. We have given a one-on-one how to use this particular portal, and also understanding what need to be done and how they will code into that, how we have given the GitHub repos to them. And then from there, this hackathon have started. So we have partnered with IEEE, India Council. And then this particular exercise has been done so that we could understand that, yes, if there are more takers into this or not in the region. And we have seen there are lots of people who were interested in that. And then the thing that has happened is like this. In this exercise only, one of the regions in India is Odisha, which is more of a location where it's a cyclone-prone zone. And there we wanted to test how we would have internet resiliency in that particular region. And what they have doing in that university is kind of giving us a space, and then the 2000 square feet space, and then they are placing anchors, they are funding those anchors, and then these faculties will research on how resilient internet will be at the time of disaster. What are the artifacts that need to be there as a critical internet infrastructure, like the root DNS servers, the CCTLDs, the TLDs, servers, and then the service endpoints. So this is something which is giving us more clarity and more research innovations in that particular region. The test bed is in portal.aiori.in. The measurement commands and everything are there. Whenever we publish more maps, publications over there, so you can go to portal.aiori.in. And AOI.in also there, which is the front of this particular measurement portal, which hosts, which you can fire measurement commands. So why a new measurement infrastructure or a platform where others, and there are lots of others that are available, and then 10 years down the line, 14 years down the line. Well, when I was working with the community in my region, and also kind of interacting in different forums like APRICOT, ICANN, ISOC, and other places, we have seen quite a different vibe over there. Whenever the first thing is that was required is, they say that, yes, there is an internet measurement network that is available, you can use that. But again, when at the ground, at the region, there's something that was lagging behind. That was there that I felt that this is something that need to be taken care of. The first thing that we have seen that there is no end-to-end measurement capability available. That means we cannot provision a server in the measurement platform. Let's say if you want to measure a kind of a DNS endpoint, we can provision a DNS endpoint, a DNS server in that measurement platform, and a client over there. And then we can actually do an end-to-end measurement over there. That was not there. Second thing is easy to integrate new measurement modules. If you wanted to integrate a new measurement module, that flexibility was not there. Think of a situation when I wanted to assess the impact of a service delivery, whether it is a website, a mobile app, or kind of a driverless car, or an IoT network. Service delivery here and kind of down the line 10 years after a decade will be much more needed. And there, while I'm coming from those backgrounds where engineering students right now, they are not familiar with BGP, how networks work. And maybe in 5 years, 10 years down the line, DNS and everything will be more in-depth inside. More content will be there. We are more into content. So what is happening behind the scenes, we don't know. And then the kind of advent of AI and other things which are managing many of the configurations, we are talking about automation and everything. But measuring and trying to understand the impact of a service delivery is very important. From that perspective, we wanted to have a measurement platform which could give us this kind of flexibilities. The third thing is it should be interoperable. That means any kind of measurement platform that the world is having, we could interoperate with them. Let's say there's a platform A and B and C. The probes and anchors are kind of like that we can have these platforms integrated into this. So there can be hundreds of ripe anchors in that anchor also. So in that way, we are very much interoperable so that more and more platforms could interoperate with each other, and we'll have more visibility of what is happening at the state of internet, regional, local, as well as the global part of it. The modules are very cohesive. That means each and every anchors which are exposing APIs, and they are talking each other with pub/sub modules. All are microservices. The orchestration is through Kubernetes. So what happens over here is each and everything is very cohesive. We can have modules, it is elastic, scalable. These things were the key considerations when we were talking about, or we were actually working on this. One more problem statement in the region was, while I was kind of visiting the premier institutions in India, there's a lack of understanding of how protocols work, understanding of how measurement works, and there was kind of very less interest on internet protocols, standards, engineering part of it in engineering colleges, institutions. What was important over there to understand that there is a platform that is needed for them, which they can use, and then they can build on something. And that is something that was very much important for us, to have a reference architecture for product prototyping. What is happening with this platform is we are building a community, the kind of 5 workshops I was talking about. This year, we are planning to have 50 workshops across India. And then these faculties, students, ISPs, and others, they will work on this particular platform so that they could work on some more production. Let's say if an ISP wants to develop a DNS test bed using a reference architecture, it is available for them. So it's not only a measurement platform, measurement platform is a part of it, but it is a holistic platform which covers many things. The last thing that was the key consideration was the internet standards development platform, and that was very much lagging behind, and we were not having that kind of facilities over there. One of the key things I'll just discuss over here is one of the two we have gone through implementing 9411 and 9606, and one IPv6 extension header, wherein we are trying to get the server's latency as well as the network latency. Now, to have that extension header measurement in our systems, we need to have end-to-end. So let's say we have a DNS server which is deployed in one of our Anycast instances, which is IPv6, and we have clients which is also having a recursive server. Now we have authoritative servers and we have recursive servers and we have users. All of them are part of our measurement network. And whenever we are analyzing, we understand what is happening at the server level and at the client level. So these kind of are were the key architectural considerations. Where the same thing we have kind of other measurement platforms. We have ICMP based DNS, DNSSEC, HTTP, TLS, and other task based. We have ping and trace route, which you can kind of share from the portal. And we are kind of task based implementation of protocols from new RFCs. So we are kind of working on new RFCs so that we could implement more and more measurement tasks over there. So the idea over here is next, we have started our operations in more and more measurements included in this. This is the high level architecture we have. The Docker microservices run having an orchestration platform. They work on public sub model and connected with the servers. We have controllers, management analytics. The over here is the workers, the remote endpoints and the controller talk with each other with pub submodel. And this is an edge platform. Any kind of IoT network can be developed like this. What happens over here is one endpoint, like remote endpoint, can talk to another remote endpoint. And that is giving us more flexibility of kind of measuring. Let's say if we have one anchor in one location in India, another anchor in some other ISP's same location, we can kind of interact with the two and then we could measure from one anchor to another anchor. These are the task scheduling algorithms that are there. We wanted to have secured by design this particular system so that the controller is having a kind of viewers. We see those anchors kind of fit 50% CPU available and the memory and everything, then we actually run commands over there so they can respond like this. Till now we have 5 Anycast instances, 3 controller clusters and remote endpoints 100. In the next 3 years, we're planning to increase it by 1500, around 20 or 25 Anycast instances, the servers that we are having, and kind of adding more and more around thousands of volunteers and thousands of people across India so that it could be could evolve into a measurement platform which could bring in more sanity and units are taken care of. One of the key aspects over here is like, I'll just give you an example of why this is something which is and trying to understand the resilience aspects of it. We have done a small exercise working with ICANN for LRoot servers in these 4 Anycast instances that we have placed. And then we have stopped 3 LRoot servers with the help of ICANN. Try to understand whether the root server resolution shifts to these Anycast instances, and what would be the disaster scenario. At the disaster scenario, what would be the demand of bandwidth at that particular instance? We have seen that in Guwahati and Mohali, which was not taking much root server queries, but in Mumbai and Bangalore, there is an 80% shift of root server queries. And whenever we have stopped Bangalore or Mumbai, there was a bandwidth crunch over there. Now we have seen that there are lots of, from our anchor, there are lots of other root servers available, systems available. Recursive servers or these user endpoints queries have not gone to those servers. Is there any recursive server biases over there? And what are the Anycast routing and peering issues over there we are trying to investigate? So what happens over here is it's not a measurement platform, it's a which is kind of giving a flexibility to run commands, measurements, but a holistic platform which gives you a capability of researching, innovating new protocols, deployment architecture, and also kind of working with more and more artifacts of the critical internet infrastructure so that we could explore further towards a more resilient, secured internet ecosystem across the world, even in our region. One of the basic elements over here we have put together in this particular platform is it could be replicated. So let's another region wants to have this kind of platform. They could have everything. So this AIORI.in could be one of the portals. For other organization, for other reason, it could be something else. And we don't mind. So the fact is, this is something which could be tailored made for kind of working on a standard model, which could be helping regions to explore their problem statements in their own region. Also, those regions which are not kind of working on internet standards, protocols, and trying to understand at the engineering level, and on the ISPs who wanted to explore more on the measurement platforms, they could also make use of this. So we are building it in India, and we are trying to get support from the community. This is something very new. We have started around in 2020 onwards. We have completed the platform development of it in 2022 and 23. Last 1 or 2 years, we are more into community collaborations, working on the UI part of it. Also working on making this open source so that more and more community we can have. And right now, the main part of it is we will work on the interoperability. We will work with other measurement platforms across the world so that we can exchange and we can also host them in the platform so that we'll have a holistic and benchmarking facility available in the measurement platform. Do we have more time? Okay. So this is something that is that was how we have established and what the problem statement that we wanted to cater for a measurement platform that we have. Now, I don't have the 101 on what need to be done. This is something, a kind of community building exercise from the platform that we have done through this particular measurement system. We have created some sort of community out of it. And from this community, we are working towards more and more tasks that we wanted to achieve. That's all from my end. I am thankful to Government of India, NICSI, India Internet Foundation, Internet Society Kolkata chapter, and other stakeholders who have given us support so that this kind of thing could be achieved. And any questions from that perspective? Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anand. Do we have questions from the room? I must say that it's quite an impressive thing that you put together, and on top of that, building a community around the project. That's quite interesting. Maybe a question from me: what were the main challenges that you face?
There are lots. So the first thing is, whenever we have started, there was a no from everywhere. Why we wanted to have a new kind of internet measurement system. We already have lots of. The fact was, whenever we have kind of, there are 2 or 3 things gone behind establishing this. The first thing is we have implemented kind of L-root server in Kolkata. That was the first L-root server in India. Experts said that it will have only 200 queries or 300 queries per second over there. But again, whenever we have implemented that, we got around 2,000, 3,000 queries, and it has completely choked the bandwidth. The second thing is there was some cyclone impact that has happened Vardha at that particular time. Something has happened in Chennai, and then our services in Kolkata and Northeast that was not working properly. We tried to analyze what is happening. So that way we have seen that we don't have that measurement platform capability to understand what is happening locally. So we tried to get into the nitty-gritties of it, and we just got into that we need to have a measurement platform. We have approached other platforms also, so that we could have a bulk of anchors with us. But that time it was not working, and maybe that no has given us this kind of strength to work upon us. The first challenge, that was the funding. You need to have good support for that. We have approached lots of organizations, but again, government has supported us in our first endeavor. The second thing that comes into play is, in our region, the kind of expertise that you wanted to have to build this kind of platforms. We need to find for that. So that was a very big challenge for us to go ahead and then working on this. The third thing was the community support. Whenever you wanted to have community support on these kind of platforms and understanding what need to be taken care of, the stakeholder mobilization, understanding of this, that this is a need, is very important. And I'm fortunate enough to have friends in the community who have given us clues and kind of give us motivations that how need to be done. So there are lots of things that has happened. So as Inter-Society Kolkata chapter chair and then volunteering for different aspects of it, we have trying to get our path in roads so that we could build this kind of thing. So there are lots of challenges. It happens, but yes, establishing something from scratch is something which gives a kick. And if it works for the community, that is something which is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand.
I got one question. So how influential is it to have that government support for this project?
It's big, because if you have some support, whether it is kind of from government or any other stakeholder, but if you see the influence of it, there are lots of things that we need to do in our country or kind of in our region. And whenever you have government support, then there are lots of you can say problem statements that are taken care of. The first of it is, whenever you are mobilizing the stakeholders, this is very important. Mobilization of stakeholders, working with the community, it becomes very easier. And also trying to understand that what is kind of inside story, what need to be done at that particular level. Whenever you have government and other stakeholder support in the region, these kind of measurement platforms, the penetration part of it becomes much, much more easier.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How far back is your data, and are you able to detect any internet shutdowns in India using your data?
No, we are, yeah. So the first question is, we are measuring from around 2020, 22. So one more thing that was important for us is, for the research community in India and for other countries, data is a big problem. We don't have data repositories. As part of this platform, we are curating longitudinal data. So this particular measurement platform is measuring every 10 minutes, 20 minutes on different artifacts of critical internet infrastructure. And we are having those data that we are disseminating, are working with the researchers. The second thing is, we are not working on the internet shutdown project or kind of that. The idea over here is to work on the critical internet infrastructure, the resiliency aspect of it, the security aspect of it, and protocol and standards development per se. Thank you.
Any more questions? I might have one on the sustainability of the project long term. Do you think you have enough support from the different stakeholders?
We have support from government right now. Now we are outreaching with the academia and other institutions for the support. Like with the community engagement right now, one of the universities, Sri University in Odisha, they have kind of committed for 100 anchor support and given us a 2,000 square feet of space for Center of Internet Engineering Development. So this is something which is kind of coming up. We are also getting trying to get support from other stakeholders so that it could be sustainable. Now, the second part of it is, whenever you wanted to make a measurement system sustainable, you wanted to have also some products which will be available and which is beneficial for the stakeholders. So we are working on some with this Anycast deployment, some DNS stuff which will be helpful for the ISPs, the small ISPs can make use of that, and they could contribute in our development. So there will be some products which will be supporting, and the stakeholders will use that and would give us that support. That is something in future plans. Thank you.
You good?
Yes, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. Don't need to introduce you.
I can do it.
Okay, you can do it. Fantastic.
Thanks. So next up is myself. My name is Amrish. I co-lead the Internet Measurement Project at the Internet Society, namely the Pulse project. And today I'm going to talk about a small concept or prototype that we have built. And the idea really is actually for other people out in the community to take this prototype and maybe experiment it in their own community. So yeah, the platform is called MIRA. MIRA initially stands for Measuring Internet Resilience in Africa, but we thought that the name MIRA, it's quite cool and could be used itself for the tool itself. So this is why we call it MIRA. So the motivation came when multiple times we have heard about people having issues with the bandwidth. They are saying, why am I not getting the bandwidth I'm paying for? Regulators, when we talk to them as well, they have the same argument, saying that, there are multiple ISPs in my country, but sometimes we don't know whether they are providing the bandwidth they are actually billing the people for. So there was some kind of need there to actually monitor bandwidth at a very localized level, let's say in a country or in a region. And we thought, why not let's try to put something in place so that it can allow other people to run the measurements. So this is why we came up with a platform to do real-time measurements. So how it started, obviously we looked at the different platforms that were available. We looked at RIPE Atlas, we looked at Measurement Lab, and then we said, okay, out of those different platforms, how can we integrate them all so that it can produce a more or less accurate picture of how the situation is on the ground? So we decided to build a proof of concept, and we call them MIRA pods, basically made of a small Raspberry Pi device. So the Raspberry Pi device could run anything, basically because we were running a Docker instance on it, and then we could have containers, a RIPE Atlas software container, we could have an NDT test to run speed test measurements. So this is the two that we have tried out. The picture is just showing our data architecture and pipeline. So this is what we had in mind, having different types of pods sending us information. This could be RIPE Atlas, it could be MLab, it can be another thing. We had researchers, for example, that deployed a container only to do DNS measurements, and it worked well. So the only two things that we focused on were MLab speed tests. Why we were doing, we didn't choose, for example, only RIPE Atlas. So RIPE Atlas doesn't do speed tests, as you know. So RIPE Atlas would do only ping, trace route, SSL. But the regulators or the people out there also wanted to have bandwidth tests. And bandwidth tests, one of the tool we tested is NDT7, which the Measurement Lab operates. So as I said, we got a Raspberry Pi device, and we were running a tool on it called Open Balena. So when you're managing multiple Raspberry Pi devices or IoT devices, whichever, you need a platform that manages it, do the orchestration about when the measurements are being run, and also how to do the connection and manage a fleet of devices. And this is where Open Balena is a platform that allowed us to manage those devices together. So how our system was built? So we had of course, measurement devices, and then we have the management platform. I talked about OpenBalena, and then we have a data aggregation server. So once you collect the data, whether it is RIPE Atlas, whether it is NDT7, you need to aggregate them somewhere and to make them available so that your visualization platform can do the job. And then finally, we have our visualization dashboard. So very simple. The idea really was to create a blueprint that can be taken by someone and then do it again. Yeah, so this is what we had, as I mentioned. And so what was OpenBalena allowing you to do? First of all, it allows you to do device management. So you can add as many devices as you want on it. So there is a cloud version of Balena, but then it is a paid version, and then you have, or you have limited possibilities. So we decided to go with the open version of it, the community version, which was also a learning curve for us. And at the same time, what we did is we documented the whole process of implementing the platform and how to operate it. So what it was, obviously, it is free, it is open. So that was great. For small projects, it allows people to quickly build something and then run it. So the server setup for the OpenBalena was very simple. You just use any Linux distro. You need to have a bit of storage as well, because when you're putting the Docker containers, then you have to have enough space on the server so that then it will push those containers to the end devices when you, for example, you need to do updates. And on the Raspberry Pi, it was also very easy to set up. You first need to bootstrap the SSD card with the OpenBalena OS, and then it was very easy to spin up. You then configure it for the server to talk to the clients, and it all worked by itself. So this is a very simple fleet design that we had. We were focusing on 3 main countries: Kenya, South Africa, and Tanzania. And within those countries, we had devices in different regions. And this is how it looks like on the OpenBalena platform. So you have a web interface where you can then access your devices, and each fleet now has a set of devices. And you can now also have information about the device, so the health of the device. So what is memory usage, what is the CPU usage, and many other information, such as the network information. And you can also access the SSH terminal of your device. So if you want to run some specific measurements, let's say you want to run a ping to some targets, you can still do that. So you have actual granular control on the device as well, which was great. And that was our very simple architecture on the device. So we had, as I mentioned, 2 tests that we were running. One is the RIPE Atlas one. So it came in its Docker file. And the other one was Murakami. Murakami is just the wrapper around NDT7 to run the speed tests. And this is an example of the output we were getting from the NDT7 speed tests. So we were running the test every 6 hours. And yeah, we get information about latency as well, upload and download speed. And using that information, now we were able to build. So first of all, yeah, these are the countries where we had the probes, and we were also able to monitor whether the probes were live. And that was good because OpenBalena has an API. So connecting to the API, you can see whether your IoT device or your Raspberry Pi is actually responding. We use Google Cloud. So we were sending the data to a Google Cloud instance. And then on top of that, we use BigQuery to actually get access to our information. And using Google Data Studio, we build the dashboard. But it's just an implementation. You could do different types of implementation. For example, instead of us sending data to Google Cloud, you could totally send your data to a private instance, and from there you do your data visualization and analysis. So this was our dashboard. So showing the latency, for example, from different countries. We could also see different operators and their performance, and as well over time. And from a very simple set of components put together, we could actually have something that could be meaningful to maybe a consumer protection agency or a regulator wanting to have like an overview of the different ISPs and their performance in the country. This is also a more visualization that we could do, for example, minimum RTT, and then at the country level or at the ISP level. So the lessons learned was that obviously it is not possible for us to build a wide-scale network because it's so complicated to run a platform such as Atlas at this scale. For the measurement tool, or the
Hey, Amrish. I'm not familiar with the bandwidth tests you're using, and I feel like reasonable people could debate a very long time how to measure bandwidth. Yeah. What are the considerations with the technique you've used, or are there some different approaches you may use in the future? But
this is, I guess, a big debate about which tool to use for bandwidth tests, because each of them might use slightly different techniques. I think NDT7 is now using BBR to run the tests, and
sorry, where does it run the test to?
It runs a test to a server, and for the case of MLab, it chooses the target which is closest to it. So
is that hosted in a?
And it is those servers are usually hosted in data centers. Okay. They are fairly well distributed in some parts of the world, but not so well distributed in Africa, for example. And this is a challenge that we had. And we actually, for example, for a test that we were running in Burkina Faso, installed a VM as a target. So our tests were, instead of it going to, let's say, to France, because that was the closest one, it was then going to a local target, which is Burkina Faso. Yeah.
Hi, Herbie Allen. You asked basically the question I was going to ask. My only other question around that is, you started showing, Singapore with 10 gig possibilities. So then we're looking at Raspberry Pis. Have you thought about the future? Can the same platform be put onto just simply different hardware?
That's a very good point. Yeah, definitely. So we tried out with the Raspberry Pis because these were easily available. But eventually, yes. Of course, We first tried with Raspberry Pi 3, and it had the limited bandwidth. We couldn't do that, so we moved to Raspberry Pi 4, which was more decent. But yeah, I guess in the future where bandwidth will be needed, more bandwidth will be needed. So more powerful devices might be needed. But then it comes with a cost. Yeah, so the group of persons or the regulator wanting to run those tests would need to decide between the cost and the efficiency. But I guess if it boils down to the need. So for example, if let's say you want to test your edge mobile connection, you don't need like a I don't know, 100 gig or something, right? You need this smaller bandwidth. Yeah.
Cool. Any other questions? No? Thank you, Amrish, and thank you to our other presenters. That concludes the morning session. We will be holding an afternoon session that'll be starting at 2 o'clock. That's half an hour before the other APRICOT sessions are starting. We will get our AV all sorted by then, so that'll be sorted. But thank you very much for your patience, and we appreciate it so far. Thanks.
Recording in progress.
Trying to get out there. Hashtag PIMF. So this session, we got two sessions. We got one discussing internet security resilience. This is really bad from here, isn't it? There we go. It's getting better, getting better, getting better. I don't think I need this, do I? No, I'll follow those online. There we go. This one's on internet security resilience, which is one of the pillars of what we research with Pulse. So we've got four speakers. We've got Bo Gieskens, my apologies, from APRICOT. We've got Andre Robacheski, previously Internet Society, now with the Global Cyber Alliance, who has now the custodians of the Manners program, and he's going to talk about the Manners Observatory. We've got Doug Midori from Kentic. If you follow his work on the interwebs, he has a lot of insights into global outages and shutdowns, but he is specifically in this one talking about ASCET. Is that correct, Doug? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. And we've got Champika as well, who's a champion in this part of the world, going to talk about ICANN's DNS Kindness initiative. So with that, Bo was first in the room, so Bo gets to go first. Thank you.
Thank you. And hello, everybody. Yeah, my name is Bo Gieskens. I'm a senior software engineer at APRICOT. I'm working with the information products team there, which means I'm working on Dash and Rex most of the time. So today I wanted to give you a little bit of a technical deep dive on how we deliver routing status information in Dash, and specifically how we handle alerts and allow our members to get real-time notifications if things aren't going as they're expecting. Oh, I don't think I have clicking. Cool. So for those of you who don't know Dash, it's something which is available for APRICOT members only. So if you are an APRICOT member and if you're holding a number resource like an ASN or a prefix, then you can log into Dash and explore a lot of the things that we have available there. The brief is that it helps with identification and resolution of internet security issues. So there really is quite a variety of things there, but today I want to focus just on the alerts part of it. So let's take a look at some of the types of alerts that I might want to set up in Dash. There are two categories. The first is suspicious traffic. And so I can use a suspicious traffic alert to let me know if I'm getting more than a certain threshold of suspicious traffic originating from my network within a given day. So it might be more than 50 hits or something like that. And this can help me identify SSH brute force attacks, and maybe I can take action to eliminate that. That's kind of a whole separate story to what I'll be talking about today, which is the routing status alerts. So we talk about routing status, and we consider that to comprise BGP, IRR, and RPKI. So here's some examples of that. Lost it again. So it could be like, oh, one of my prefixes is being originated by an unexpected ASN, and that could be the result of a BGP leak or hijack. Or maybe I want to know if some of my routes are invalid according to RPKI, where RPKI says, okay, this prefix is supposed to be originated by this ASN up to a certain maximum prefix length. And so we can check that and see if the route that exists in BGP is good or not. Or maybe it's there are no IRR route objects existing for some of my routes. This is where IRR is basically, when you do a who is query, you're seeing IRR route objects. Okay, so I'm going to take you a little bit behind the scenes now on how a routing status alert actually works in the back end. So we start with a filter. This could be an individual prefix or some number of prefixes, or I might be interested to care about one of my ASNs or all of the routes that are announced by that ASN. Or it could be even more broad. I just say, if any one of my prefixes is having a problem, then I want to know about it. Then we have trigger conditions. So you can create two different types of routing status alerts in Dash. You can have a BGP one, where you might say, notify me if it's being announced by the wrong ASN. Or we have the routing status ones, or for ROA, where it's maybe a ROA not published or invalid, and similar for IRR. We check for the prefix, for the filter thing, if the trigger condition is set, and from that we can say whether the alert is triggered or resolved based on its previous state, and based on that, we notify users. So that's a very, very high level version of it. But so the way we actually implemented this is we start with our filter. Let's say in this example, we just have one prefix that we're caring about for the alert. We'll take that and we'll query a bunch of data sources that hold the information that we need. So these are all broadly available things that anyone else could use as a data source. And one of the things we said with Dash is we want to use primary data sources as much as possible. So IRRD is a Python-based thing, which lets you look at route objects. Routenator is something which lets you look at RPKI data. And RIPE's routing information service is a bunch of BGP collectors where you can go and fetch MRT files to get the full routing table status at any given point in time, pretty much. So what we would do is we would query these services with our filter prefix and say, give me all of the things which are relevant to it. And based on that, you can compute your trigger condition against it and see if you need to alert. And so this is what we did, and it worked quite well. So for the first little while, we're just every 30 seconds, you would take every single alert that people had created in Dash, and you would query all those services together, combine it all, and see if you need to alert people that something's going wrong. And this is something that would work perfectly fine for a small number of alerts, and that's kind of what it did. But obviously, being APNIC, we have some members who have more than when all of their prefixes, if something goes wrong, that means we have to make a lot of queries to those services. So it started to create a bit of a backlog. Our cron schedule went from every 30 seconds to now every 2 minutes we have to be doing it, because it was taking longer than 30 seconds to process all the alerts. And as people created more alerts, that became 5 minutes that we had to do it. And it's becoming less of a real-time notification thing. And even then, for the very big alerts, we had to make a special exception and make them process only once every hour. Otherwise, everything was kind of breaking down. So these were all symptoms of the same problem, which is that if you're processing the alerts 24/7, you kind of have an upper bound on how many alerts you could be processing at once. And we had lots of tricks, like multi-threading and stuff, to try and make it go faster, but we were still kind of backed up on the services that we depend on. And so while this was happening, we were dreaming of a better way of doing things. So referring to our original basic high-level implementation, we thought it would be really cool if you could just swap this around. What if we just pulled in all of the things which are happening on the internet and check for the thing that's happened, is it related to my alert? And then if it is, then you do the calculation. That way you only do all the hard work if you actually need to. And so this is what we tried to do. Now, actually executing that is quite a challenge. So I'm going to break it down to what we did. So for IRRD, they have an event stream API, uses WebSockets. You connect, it gives you a whole status of all of the route objects that it knows about. And then after that, it'll tell you every time one is created or deleted. And so we fed that into what we called an IRR adapter. It's basically just an internal service, which is looking at that and saving everything to a database. So we have always our own copy of that state. Routinator has a Java endpoint in their REST API. You can query it. The first time you hit it, it gives you the full state of everything that's there. And then you can hit it again and it won't respond to you until something happens. So you can use that to get real-time notifications about what's happening. Again, we fed that to something which is talking to a database. For BGP, regardless of what type of collector we're looking at, there are MRT files there. We had to do a bit more work here. So you load an initial BGP dump, and then you have to process update files from there to get up to what the current state is. So our service is essentially emulating what the internal BGP table of the collector would look like at any given time. And then, from there, it's kind of internally generating events for when routes are announced or withdrawn. And again, saving that to a database. So we wanted to really leverage the event-based nature of all of these things. And, this could be Kafka or any other type of message bus. But the point is that we have like a stream of things which are happening, and we fed these all into a new routing status service, which was just essentially something which took all those events and wrote all of the changes into a database again. And now just with that, we were able to replace our original implementation with, instead of querying those other services directly, we just talk to our database. It has all the things that we care about in Dash for routing status. And it was miles faster than what we had before. Because now we could do with one request what we had to do before. And we could also pump this out into a routing status events topic. So I know it looks a little bit crazy, but for our actual alert processing thing, we actually only care about these two topics. For BGP events, we can handle the BGP alerts. And for the routing status events, we can handle the ROA and IRR stuff. So these come through to our thing, and we have a cool data structure to represent all of the filters of all of the alerts we have. So you have a list of resources. For each resource that we care about, you have which alerts need to be checked. This is kind of like a flip of what we had before, where we had, this alert has these resources that you need to care about, and so on. So if you find something in that data structure, then I have to do some processing, and you can go through with the rest of it. And so this filter part is updated automatically whenever someone creates a new alert or updates the status of the alert, or if their resources change. And with all this, we basically saw them solved. We could get rid of that cron schedule, and we no longer had to worry about, are we processing the alerts fast enough? And yeah, assuming everything is working properly, the alerts trigger as soon as a relevant event comes through the system, which is really good for being able to notify someone, hey, there's a problem with your network, you should probably look into it. So yeah, the limit is no longer on the number of alerts, but actually it depends how fast things change on the internet. But obviously that has some challenges. So when big changes happen, we need to be prepared for it. BGP is a very, very good example of this. Initially, we were just looking at the Singapore collector from RIS, only one of them. But even then, we would occasionally have something crazy happen. Like maybe if there's some kind of weird connectivity issue, we would kind of see, emulation of the thing that all 1.2 million routes are suddenly dropped. And it looks like a bunch of withdrawals. And then not long after that, you get 1.2 million announcements again, and a lot of events to process through the system. And so we had to engineer certain solutions to kind of work around that and keep everything working snappy. And on the maintenance side, for looking at the code, these pub sub event queues can actually be quite difficult to debug. So that's a little bit of a thing that we have to worry about now. And we still do have to maintain the on-demand part of the alert process. So as I mentioned, we can just use a database now instead of having the old, more complicated. We still need the on-demand wait for events to come through for each possible trigger condition on it. But it was a very big December of 2023, this new architecture. And during the year afterwards, we saw a number of unique alert subscribers in Dash triple. And it was really cool watching that we didn't have those alert processing problems come up as the numbers went up. And it became feasible for us to also add more BGP collectors to the data. So as of right now, we have 7 collectors that we're watching all around the world with support for RouteView Sydney as well. And of course, having more collectors means we're more exposed to the BGP uncertainties as those events come through. So we're still looking at ways to improve our throughput when something crazy happens. But yeah, overall, it has been a really big success for us. So there's the extent of the deep dive I had for you today. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Thank you, Bo. We have questions from the audience. Yeah, I knew Doug would have one.
All right, I'll try not to get too much feedback. Okay. If I hold it like this. All right. Yeah, super interesting. Let's see. At one of the first slides you had, this is not the focus of your talk, was on suspicious traffic. How are you collecting suspicious traffic?
Okay. For that, we have the HoneyNet project. It's kind of I'm actually not too familiar with it. It's more Adley's thing, one of the other guys from APRICOT. Otherwise, I might have given a talk on that. But essentially, the idea is there are these honeypots around. They're not like properly connected to the network they're on. Like they're just not advertised, I guess. Oh, you want to talk about it?
Yeah. So in a former life, before I joined the communications group, I was product manager in this space. And I took over this project from another person who had been product manager, who had negotiated a relationship with the HoneyNet community through Adley. They offer services in security, CV, cert, CCERT, and FIRST. So HoneyNet's classic IP address, open server, lightweight engine, receives packet from bad actors. I think they've broken this, so they start doing things, right? So it's form and necessary. You no longer think it's a source of that. So a string of the JSON tag with the IP address. From network in that you can get and download the full data from all of that, so you can see which to.
All right. Is that right, this is a more specific. I don't know. Yeah, maybe that helped.
From metal.
The metal skeleton. So, all right. So back to the project. So you're detecting like misconfigurations, which exists all over the internet, which is helpful, I think, to point out and bring the. I do this myself as I come across these. I write saying, "Hey, look, I think you screwed this up." And usually, most of the time, I think it's the max prefix length setting. Like they basically set up ROAs at one point. 2 years down the road, they make some little change, and then some of these routes are now out of compliance with their own ROAs. They're just not realizing this is taking place because there's a covering prefix that's kind of traffic for the route that's now no longer propagated. Anyway, occasionally I get somebody who'll fix this. But if the ROA goes from valid to invalid or invalid, there's the condition. Let's say they change what AS. Things are very likely not going to take place at the same time, and there'll be some intermediate period where there's messages where they'll and then they'll go back to being valid. You'd catch those, and it's just a moment, and then it goes away. A project back where we're trying to APRICOT valids actually passed by XPs. Andrew part of the project, but we're running into a lot of this where this is just a natural operation. Things are changing state, and those can be safely ignored. I would even you've already built all this infrastructure, but like you could even take like something like
So we do see an informational thing where I think maybe a user might be comfortable to, oh, good, it's still currently invalid, and then 5 minutes later it becomes good again, and it's like it seems everything's working as expected. But yeah, definitely. If people, hey, you can use Dash to catch these things, and they're really happy about what it is that's there. And probably it's just people discovering Dash is one of the bigger things we have to tackle.
Yeah, cool.
Quick question. So, are you using the live stream from RIS to actually ingest the data?
We did look at that. The technical challenge there, we think, for us is knowing the exact time. I have to get a full state before that to know that I have everything. I know it's definitely possible, but the complex side of that is something that we're worried about. So as of right now, it's probably not on the cards anytime soon. But we did definitely think about it. One thing that I think would be really cool for us to have from Reese, for example, would be if we just could get if we could get events about what routes are in the global table or something. Like if we could just see when this route started existing at one of my peers, I don't really care which one, that would simplify things for us a lot. But anyway, that's not a thing right now. So
Great, thank you. Isn't it Champika? Champika, I don't know why you keep coming on the screen. Is it him?
Yeah, Champika.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it me? Yeah. Come on up, champ.
It's Andre.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
I do it whoever comes first.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Champika and I'm from ICANN. So this is about digging into kindness. So how many of you have heard about kindness before? Okay, there are a few hands. Good. So it's all about DNS security best practices. So we have this framework called kindness, and we try to, create some awareness about the kindness to the community, so that if you are a DNS operator, you can practice these best current practices. And try to protect the Recording in progress. Are you doing the right thing? Okay, and then what can be improved in your infrastructure based on the DNS security best practices. So you would do the self-assessment, and then it will run through various checks. Basically, how you're doing. It will basically ask the questionnaires from you, and then based on your responses, it will give you kind of a scoring as well, so that you know exactly where you stand. And then it will also provide you some sort of some kind of report based on the input that you provided. So this report, even actually, you can provide it to your management if you have to discuss with your management, and then because if you have to get some approvals and things like that, probably this reporting might be useful. So this is where that would provide you more details about your infrastructure based on the input that you provided. And then the next, so this is actually a self-assessment itself, right? And the next step would be, if you want to go further, this is where you can join Kindness, right? So by joining Kindness, you are basically having some conversation with us, and basically we would also have some checking tools to make sure that those what you provided are, say for example, if you say that you have deployed DNSSEC, then we'll have to check whether have you really deployed DNSSEC and it's all working properly and things like that. So based on that checks, if the verification is all fine, then you would comply with Kindness, right? So once you comply with Kindness, then we would also publish that in the Kindness website as well, that who are the Kindness complying operators, and that would also actually give you some credibility within the community that you are doing the right thing, you are following the DNS best practices and so on, right? So that's the way that you can actually become some goodwill ambassadors. And also, if someone wants to follow you and do the right thing, they can also actually learn from you and do the right thing and apply the best practices. So that's the sort of in general how the Kindness works. I don't want to go through every steps involved, because that would take some time going through every checks or every best current practice that we would go in Kindness. But I picked a few sort of responses just to sort of have some discussion. So in the self-assessment, over the last couple of years, we have responses, and then when we analyze those responses, we see that responses, most of them, they want to know where they stand at the moment with those different practices in different operator categories. Also, you can see that one of the important thing here is then some of them, about 40% of them, they want to convince their management so that maybe for approval, so, or maybe to actually do the best actually make sure their DNS infrastructure is secure and so on. So they going to convince the upper management. There is some certain percentage. That another thing, what just want to highlight something on the authoritative name service. So there's this query about this is for the TLDs and critical zones, right? These are some of the practice that we highlight in that category. So you can see there are authoritative name server. You should be actually deploying DNSSEC. You should be signing your zones. So in terms of TLDs and critical zones, it's a good number. Again, close to about 70% or so. And again, these are coming from top-level domains, CCTLDs, and so on, as we all know. Of course, the TLDs, they have, based on the ICANN agreements with the generic top-level domains the deployment of DNSSEC, they have to do it. But for cisTLDs, it's not the case, because ICANN doesn't have any contractual agreement with ccTLDs. So out there are quite a lot of ccTLDs who has not deployed DNSSEC as well. If you specifically take the APAC region, there are a number of ccTLD operators who has still not signed their zones. So that's why, again, as a percentage, still around 70% or so, that's a good number. But still there is improvement out there. And again, something, if you think about some of the other practices, you could see the practice 6, for example, my network infrastructure, adheres to basic networks security best practices. These like BCP 38 or manners, right? So it's about 50%. So there is still, we need to have some more improvement out there, because on about 50% of this. Again, if you think of, say, authoritative servers run on infrastructure that takes operational diversity. So this could be the geographical diversity, or this could be the topological diversity. Still, it's kind of below 50%. So still, there need to be some more improvements, especially from an operator's point of view, based on these responses. Now, this is for the top level domains and for critical zones. There are some further information that this is for the second level domains as such. Now, comparing to the top level domains and critical zones for the second levels, of course, the number of practices are lesser, because for TLDs and critical zones, you have to follow more security best practices. But from a SLD point of view, again, DNSSEC is lower, right? Earlier we saw something like 70% for the TLDs, but in terms of the second levels, it's about 55% or so. But again, these numbers are still better comparing to say the general global figures. But these are of course coming from the respondents only, unlike the actual figures itself, the global figures based on the and then if you see some of the other lower numbers, I have process in place to check the integrity of my zone files. That's again something that need to be improved, and generally doing okay, but there are still some improvements out there. When it comes to some shared private recursive resolvers, this is from, again, as I said earlier, shared private. So this is like network operators, ISPs, mobile operators, and so on. The DNSSEC validation, earlier we were talking about the signing stuff. Recursive server operators, it is the validation. So the validation out of the respondents, about 65% of them, they do DNSSEC validation, which is good. And if you see some of the lower numbers here, queue name minimization, so not, it's less than 50, some improvement out there. Yeah, and then my resolvers don't run on the same server as any authoritative DNS services. That's still around 50 something. That means there are some operators who run both recursive and authoritative services on the same servers as well. So, some of these things need to be improved as well. Still, we can work on those. Another thing that we also actually just wanted to highlight here was the credential management practices, because if you remember, many of the attacks do come through credential thefts and so on. So it is good that quite a lot of operators do still, they follow the credential management, the two-factor authentications and so on. But still, there are some operators who do not actively that we need to do over there. Again, this is not the full list. I just took a few areas that just for highlights, and hope you got some idea about the kindness, and also actually what we can work on, especially. So I think it's not moving the slide. Anyway, I think it was the pretty much, I only had one more slide. It's basically going into the kindness website itself, and oops, yeah, okay. So it's basically getting into the kindness website. That's kindness.org. So if you are a DNS operator, you could go to kindness.org and you could do some self-assessment there. See how again, as I said earlier, you can be an anonymous, you can do this anonymously. You don't have to provide your organization and things like that. But if you want to join, then of course, we'll have to have some conversation. And then if you basically, comply with all these security practices, then we would list you also as a operator who follow or who comply with kindness as well, which will give you a credibility as an operator, right? So that's what mainly I wanted to actually share, and hope you'll start doing kindness.
Thank you, Champika. Any questions from the audience? Yep, Doug.
So thanks. In kindness, DNS infrastructure is a common target of DDoS attacks. Is DDoS defense part of this, and what are some of the steps that you?
Yeah, in fact, actually, we're also working on a newer version of this as well. So we're trying to actually, of course, there are ACL stuff here. It will go into subcategories of ACL that will cover some of the DDoS stuff, especially at the resolver level. And but we will in the version that's going to come up, they're going to consider things like the rate limiting and all that stuff as well, which will take care of it.
Right.
Yeah.
One more question. DNS operators. So does kindness take an opinion on private companies that do self-host authoritative DNS? So I was at one time, and we would people like that. That's not a good idea. Well, we split the back and use your self-hosted time to invest in protecting your infrastructure. You won't stand a DDoS attack when it comes. It's like down.
Make sure that they are complying. That's one thing, and then
let's say outsourcing it to a DNS operator is. I think everybody would agree with that. That would be fine for self-hosting DNS authoritative servers.
I mean, it's up to you actually. If you want to provide that and do the hosting and manage DNS by your own, yeah, and then you can do a self-assessment and to make sure that whether you're doing the right thing. I mean, it's hard for us to say whether you should go and outsource it or you should do it by yourself.
I guess another way to look at it is if you are the self-hosting authoritative, then you are the DNS operator, and you should be.
Yeah, you should be doing that. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Any other questions? Yeah, Amrish?
Thank you, Champika. So a lot of the results that you have received from the survey, the survey is very qualitative, right? Mm-hmm. So it comes with a level of accuracy. So have you thought about a way of more systematically surveying, maybe through internet measurements, and get the measurable practices? A little bit like Manus is doing with the observatory.
Mm-hmm. Actually, we do that, especially, this is the self-assessment. I said, this could be anonymous and so on, right? But if you want to join kindness, then we would check, right? So if you say that you have deployed DNSSEC, then we have tools to check whether you have really deploy DNSSEC, things like that. So that is more measurable stuff. Yeah.
One going more onto that, is there a roadmap to make that data public? Like a thing with manners is now not necessarily naming and shaming, but actually showing whether they're practicing good routing hygiene. So will you be able to show publicly that these organizations are showing good DNS hygiene?
Yeah. I mean, see, we publish the operators in different categories. So even in the kindness website, the operator name is published because we have give the credit to them because they are complying with kindness. But then we are not exactly saying, okay, if some operator is not supporting a certain practice, then we are not just telling, okay, this operator is not doing this. But I'm not sure so far whether that kind of information can go to public. I'm unable to answer that question now. It's all up to probably the discussion and to see whether that kind of data can be made public. By the way, like all the self-assessment stuff, we are not, of course, collecting any private information, any identification stuff at all. Yeah.
Last questions? No? Thank you, Champika.
Thank you.
Andre, do you want to go next? Yeah, you're closest to the podium. That's how an hour goes.
Changing the rules all the time.
Oh, why not, hey? When you create the forum, you can do whatever you want with it. So, Andre is, we'll get your presentation up, has been close to the Manners Initiative. Who here is aware of Manners? Okay, Andre, so you got an idea of what the room is.
Skip the intro.
Might need to do a little bit of an intro on Manners, just a little one. But an important part of the Manners is also the data that they collect and also present publicly, so through the observatory. So I'll hand it over to Andre.
Well, thank you. And hi, everyone. My name is Andre. I'm Technical Director at Global Cyber Alliance. And Global Cyber Alliance, it has other projects, but since 1 year ago, Manners Project Manners Secretariat was transferred from the Internet Society to Global Cyber Alliance, and I moved along with Manners because I felt this attachment, and I continue to be deeply involved in this project. But today I will not be talking so much about the project itself. I'll be talking about the observatory. And again, in the observatory, that's a very important tool, very important component of Manners. I will not be talking about the observatory features, but more about how we go about measuring this stuff. And it's not really sort of measuring routing security, in the presentations or research that Doug would do. He would look at, incidents, impact. Observatory is looking at something different. It's looking at conformance of operator to certain requirement outright. Well, it's switched by itself. So what's Manners? Just a recap, technical as a social economic problem. And the root of it, it's the collective action problem, right? So if everyone makes it much more secure, which everyone benefits from, but individual sort of motivation is quite low. And to address this problem, Manners is one of the approaches that over 10 years, I think it proved to be quite effective. And we got a very good group of network operators and other types of operators that participate in Manners, more than 1,200. So it's based on two pillars. One pillar is this kind of baseline, and that's not the best current practice. That's sometimes Manners is misunderstood for. It's really minimum baseline that any operator should, or even maybe must do. Right? And those requirements are defined, we call Manners actions. Other part is it's very important that if you join MANAS, that marks, but you are measured, and this commitment is being demonstrated. And here the observatory plays a very important role, because that's the tool that measures, conforms to, or commitment of network operators, and publishes this. All right. So MANAS has 4 programs. We start in 14 with network operators program, and my presentation will focus on this because MANAS Observatory measures this program in particular. But then we expanded to other types of network operators that also contribute to routing security, but in their own way. Exchange points, we launched this in 2018, and then content delivery networks and cloud providers in 2020. And of course, you can't implement MANAS actions if your equipment doesn't support that. So we implement another program, network equipment vendors. And when I say we, that's not me, it's not Internet Society, it's not Global Cyber Alliance, it's really the community. It was a community work. We create task forces and working groups where community came together and distilled those requirements that were launched as programs. Okay, well, the colors are a bit fading, but this is the network operators program, and those are 4 actions that the observatory measures. The observatory measures conformance to those actions. Actions are pretty much motherhood and apple pie for a network operator. Filtering, do not propagate incorrect routing information, block the ones you receive from your customers. Anti-spoofing, prevent emitting traffic with spoofed source IP addresses, BCP38 code name. Coordination, be available so anyone can reach you, and that's very important. Very simple action, but very important when there is an outage and you need to reach and ask someone for help, for instance, or point to a problem in someone else's network. And routing information, that's you have your routing intent properly registered in IRR and RPKI systems. All right. Now, the MANAS Observatory, as I mentioned, it doesn't measure, well, it does measure routing, it doesn't measure routing security or routing insecurity. Strictly speaking, it measures conformance of network operators to the requirement provided by MANAS. And when we were developing the measurement framework, we focused on 2 main things. That it should be transparent. So we use publicly available data, and ideally, anyone can reproduce the numbers that we put in the observatory. So that adds for credibility. So there is no black box thing in the observatory so much, maybe a little bit. It is passive as much as possible, and passive doesn't require any cooperation from the networks that we measure. So using passive measurements, it allowed us to measure not only MANAS participating networks, where we could expect some cooperation, but actually measure all the autonomous systems operating on the internet. And it's evolving, of course. I mean, as MANAS evolves, as maybe requirement changing, then the measurement framework is changing as well. So this is a landing page. And I have to say, there are different types of access to MANAS dashboard. So this is a public phase. It gives you an overall view of all autonomous systems that participate in the internet, operate on the internet. And you can see different sort of facets of the routing security here. But more importantly, you see on the this kind of bottom row, those donut charts, what we call MANAS readiness. And that is to what extent networks conform to MANAS requirements. And you can see, well, 5 donut, the 2 last one belong to action 4. So they correspond to action 1, 2, 3, 4 that I showed on the slide before. All right, well, you can also compare something in MANAS. So public view allows you to look at the on global level, on regional level, and on country level. So here actually use public data, so anyone can go to the observatory and reproduce this chart. The idea here is to compare different regions, and I compared global, MANUS, Asia Pacific, and Malaysia in particular, how the networks, how conformant they are to MANUS requirements. And of course, the broader the graph, right, the better. And you can see that actually Malaysia is doing quite well. It does much better than APNIC region in general, as far as RPKI is concerned, or IRR, or coordination. Well, actually everywhere I would say better. MANUS is doing better in RPKI, IRR, and the global thing is lagging behind, both Malaysia and MANUS, but I would say that APNIC region as a whole slightly below the global average, so there's room for improvement. Okay, there is another view, and this is open for MANUS participants. So MANUS participants can log in MANUS Observatory and get more specific data belonging to their networks and their peer networks. I blurred the names to protect innocent, but you can see, well, that's the numbers. And well, here, and you can see some of them are in red, some of them are in amber, some of them are in blue, which corresponds to different levels of readiness as defined in MANUS. Blue is ready, amber is aspiring, which means some work needs to be done. It's not that bad, and red is lagging, and those are really not conformant. This is not just MANUS. This I doubt there are any MANUS network in this list particular, but this is just for the whole APNIC region snapshot of the MANUS Observatory. Now you can go, and I will not show, I don't have this slide, but you can go deeper into your network and look at what contributed to those numbers. You can have a full breakdown, what kind of incidents the observatory detected. And this is a conformance tool, so it doesn't have this real-time response. We generate monthly reports that you can have a look at. This data allows you to rectify those shortcomings and become MANUS conformant again. Well, before, this data was available only to MANUS participants, as I said, and the MANUS participant table contained tick marks, basically to indicate which MANUS actions are they declared conformance. And some people were coming and saying, well, what is MANUS? I mean, it's like self-declaration. I would say, no, we are measuring something. And people would say, where's the evidence you're measuring something? So actually, we're discussing with the community, we start publishing this data on the MANUS participants website. This is on the public website for MANUS. If you go to manus.org, you will find this table in the participants, and you can see some of the participants, they're not showing very well. Some of them are showing red, but most of them are blue, which is a good thing. And this was done to improve credibility of the effort, but also to maybe improve some peer pressure, because no one wants to have this kind of negative publicity if they're not doing very well. Well, when MANUS was launched, Observatory wasn't in place. Observatory, we created this afterwards. And really, it was very important because we realized we want to every participant that joins MANUS degrade, right? Some of the networks more mature and they understand that security is not a state, it's a process. But some of them, they sort of, bring their backyard in order while joining MANUS, and then maybe forgot about something. And that is that they are kept informed about their shortcomings. Well, I this, but also because we use this kind of and that's how we measure the filtering. If a network being implicated, your customer, or you generated this wrong announcement, you will be penalized. So your managed radiance goes down. Side reports, we're looking for bogons there, and our statistics also helps to identify bogon announcements. And bogon announcements are now that should never appear on the internet. Anti-spoofing, well, that's the only measurement that is active. And I'll maybe talk a little bit about that, the shortcomings here. We're using CADA spoofer. Who's aware of this tool? So CADA, basically what it does, you need to run software in your network, and the software will do two data streams. It will send to CADA server normal data request, and then it will send the same data using spoofed source IP address. And if they receive both, well, it's slightly, I'm simplifying things, but if they receive both, they infer that this network allows spoofing. It does have anti-spoofing controls in place, and therefore you'll get a negative report from spoofer, which can retrieve, and therefore, if we see a negative report, your score will be low. Communication, we're checking RIPE-STAT, and we're checking peering DB if you have contact information in place. We're not checking if this is operational. That's the next step we're considering. And for routing information, we're using RIPE-STAT and ROST. ROST is our own tool that we build well, basically what routinator. So we using the RPK ROA validated payloads, checking if they cover your announcements. Well, I mentioned normalization, like for instance, for incidents can go to infinity, right? And that's how we normalize. For some of them, it's yes or no, like spoof will be calculated, and those are bands, the ranges that we define for Raje, aspiring and lagging. That's the same color scheme. And here is the URL for the for this measurement framework that we're using. Yeah, you can go and read more about that there. Those are defined bands. So depending on the metrics, you either fall in one of those categories. This is a absolute numbers, and you can see, like for filtering, say if you experience more than 5 incidents in months, you'll be lagging. We allow some, slack. So maybe that would cover some of the transitional thing that Doug mentioned. But like for things like coordination, they're just 0, 1. Either you have contact or you don't. And for some others, it's more sort of monotonous, more linear. This is all again defined in the measurement framework that I mentioned. Well, there's some caveats, of course. The beauty, well, the downside of having passive measurements about routing is that There's only so much you can measure. First of all, you can measure because you measure incidents. You can only measure non-compliance. You cannot guarantee compliance. So if network hasn't experienced incidents in this month, it doesn't mean that they have filters and controls in place. It means they might have been lucky, right? If we see an incident, that's a clear indication they're not conforming, they don't have filters in place. But if you want to be sure that filters are in place, then you need cooperation from the network, right? You need more files. Another thing is passive measurements of filtering can only detect non-conformance. That's what I mentioned. The measurement of anti-spoofing, it's active. And here we see the downside of active measurements is that the percentage of data we get for anti-spoofing is very, very low. It's less than 1% of all networks. They actually ran spoofer tests. So if you look at the donut graph, donut chart in the Manus Observatory, it will be gray, which means no data available. It's much better for Manus participants because, first of all, when they join, we ask them to run those tests, so they contribute to this data. And some of them, they continue running those tests, so that data is better represented. But for, in general, people either not aware, not willing to run this, or not interested. And that's it. I think that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre. We have a question. Go.
Thank you very much for a very informative presentation. My name is Ahmed Bakht. I'm working for the Pakistan Telecom Authority, the telecom regulator. So generally, IPv6 DNSSEC information is available at APRICOT website, but Manus information is not available. So it becomes very difficult for the regulator to check what is the status in the country and how we can improve. So is there any possibility to put the data on the APRICOT or Manus website, or give access to the regulator to check the statistics and work with the telecom operator to improve the Manus all standards?
Thank you for the question. The information about country, right? On country level is publicly available on the Manus Observatory site. So you can go to Manus Observatory and check this out. Information about individual networks is available on Manus website if they are Manus participant. We're not publishing information about specific networks just to public, right? That's information is not available. It's only available to Manus participants and for research purposes with specific goal to promote Manus. So if that falls under that, we can discuss that and give you access. I also know that we were collaborating with Dash, and Dash is incorporating some of the data for APNIC members, right? Manus readiness. I think you ingesting readiness scores for Manus. Again, this information is not public, right? I understand this information is available for APNIC members, but it is available in a way.
We can have the access for secure access for some of the regulators.
It's not for regulators. It's specific purpose. We need to look at the data. If data is the routing security, if that can be justified, yes, you can get access. But not regulated. Like usually gets this type of routing maps in their research publish sort of trends like this.
Because I was involved somewhat with integrating Manus stuff into Dash. I'm familiar with the fact that you are processing the data kind of on a monthly basis, like there's buckets for that. And so when a new month rolls around, there's no data yet. I'm interested to know what it would take for you to have that as a rolling monthly thing. Like if you could show from the past 30 days so that you don't have those occasional days where it looks like you have no data yet.
Well, it might be a feature request. So right now, indeed, you have monthly reports, and for the last month, for the current month, you have 2 date reports. So it's 0 data, and then you accumulate of reporting for the current
Hi, this is Lu Xiang from China, and thanks for your wonderful presentation. And I'd like to ask that you just said that the metadata is may be accessible for the purpose of research and some others, right? So actually, I'm a researcher from China. So as a researcher, I'd like to ask how to apply for the kind of access of the metadata you just mentioned. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I should have put this on a slide maybe. But you should apply. Well, the easiest way is to write to contact@manus.org with this request. On the website, there is a place where you can request this form. So if you go to API data, you can say, well, because API, it's also provides you a public view of data, but you can request a more detailed API access. But for this, you need to fill out the form and justify why you need this access. And then we will analyze and see if it fits our purpose, fits the terms of data usage, and grant or not grant this access. So maybe later we can look at the website. I can point you to where.
I'm going to end it there, so for the sake of time. Thank you very much, Andre. Andre's here all week. He has a presentation tomorrow, Andre? Yep.
Yes, tomorrow we have a session. Yes.
Yep. So have some more questions for him there. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you.
And our final speaker, Doug Midori. So give us a minute, Doug, and we'll get your slides up. Review.
All right. All right. So there we go. Bring with the league. Let's get into it. All right. So I actually started right before those raiders barfed up for about 15 minutes. By my estimate, about 30,000 routes that they had picked up from HKICs, and then as mentioned on the and going through time, what are either the origin through time or the penultimate network, penultimate AS before you get to the origin. In this case, this is this Netflix prefix. This is a regional route, so it's only intended to be seen by cause misdirection because these are typically more specific. There's less specific than the rest. Sets with a hyphen, not an underscore, to help network operators programmatically build those session prefix filters automatically to allow to have a appropriate allow list, right? Well, I went through the trouble of going through the first leak in the beginning because for MTS, one of the three big mobile operators for Russia, their AS set that's commonly in use is ASMTU, and BGP Tools, the web utility, is very cool in that it allows you to navigate through AS sets and see what these. In this case, ASMTU, when you expand it with all of its nested AS sets, expands to 43,000 ASs. That is really big. In fact, by my canonical routing table, your numbers may vary, but an AS set that contains that builds an allow list 3,000 ASs is too big, right? It's too big. And any network that's applying this to an interface is essentially creating a permit any. I know that this AS set was used in this by the providers of MTS, and this is really hard to know that remotely. But this kind of thing is happening all over the place. And if you look at some of the prefixes that are in this, it expands to, according to BGP tools, it's 1.4 million. On the next slide, we'll see 1.3 million. Whether it's 1.3 or 1 doesn't really matter. It's too much. But you see, like U.S. Department of Defense, this rural telephone company in Kansas, American Express, EC2 for East 1 is apparently allowed to be transited by the mobile operator in Russia. It's probably not good. There's lots of government networks. This thing is too broad. So if you don't know it, this is a pretty neat utility, the BGP Q4 utility, where that you put in an AS set, it'll build the configuration that you can automatically apply to a session to build your filter. Well, if we looked at AS MTU here, if we use this -J for Juno's configuration, this configuration that would be 1.3 million lines long if you were to just add it in. -A, which will bring it down to only a mere 271,000 lines of configuration for this one AS. And if you count up all the unique IP addresses contained in those routes, it's 1.8 billion v4 addresses out of a total of about 3 billion v4 in the global routing table. That's a lot of allowance. But it gets worse. So AS MTU is not alone. In fact, it's nowhere near the worst. Since I had seen the BGP tools has all this Ben, who I think is in this conference this week, if he would run the numbers and be like, what's the worst? And sure enough, he went through. He had the data on hand. Some of them are kind of, actually this top 10 is not that interesting because you can see all the numbers are very similar at all. 102,000 ASs that these all expand to, which is actually more than the number of ASs in the global routing table. So these are including thousands, tens of thousands of ASs that are not even used that somehow make it into, I haven't figured out what the source is. Likely what these are all, these all contain another AS set inside it that contains too much, but these things are just ridiculous. You can have an AS set that contains an AS set that contains the original AS sets. You can have a circular thing at AS sets. It's good times. So of the about 40,000 AS sets that can be found in I guess all the RIR sources that Ben was looking at, there's about 2,200 expand to over 1,000 ASs. Then there's very few networks out there that should have a customer cone of 1,000 ASs, maybe none. So this has kind of gotten out of hand. So why is this a problem? So our only hope to try to reduce the harm and disruption from BGP leaks, especially as path leaks that APRICOT ROV is not going to help us with, is some sort of automation, right? There's no hope in trying to configure this stuff by hand. The IRR data enables that automation, but we need that data to be good. That allows this generation of these allow lists. But if these AS sets are excessively large, then it defeats the whole purpose, right? You're going to go through this great expense to apply a gigantic filter allow list that is going to let you pass all these routes you're not supposed to pass. In talking to a couple of operators at Nanog recently, they were telling me that this stuff breaks their automation. These files are just too big. They have to come up with workarounds when the definitions get too long, and there's just an enormous amount of waste, right? There's the waste of all of this data generated, being transferred, stored. These things are updated at least once a day, typically for networks. So all this whole process gets repeated, once a day for a lot of networks. And if anybody's actually applying some of these massively large configurations to their networks, they're entering an enormous amount of waste into their router configuration. So it is it's a problem, and we need to, like I said, talking to a couple of cloud operators as well as network service providers. They've had to come up with workarounds because they have to automate this stuff, but then they can't have an AS have 1.3 million lines added to a router configuration. So I guess the message that I'm trying to develop in this talk, and I'm trying to write up a blog post on this as well, is to get the word out. If people have an AS set, do you know what's in it? Have you seen your AS set lately? Be mindful about what you've included in it, and make sure you're not polluting. These are shared spaces. That's route filtering. And we've got ASPA and this only the customer attributes. We've got things coming on the horizon, but they're just not there yet. We still rely on this actually to be a large part of our routing hygiene, this IRR data for filtering. So we need it to be as clean as possible. I would recommend, just making sure you're very parsimonious in what you include in this AS set, and be very careful adding another AS set to your AS set. I think that's probably where a lot of people go wrong, where they've got the ASs that are their customers, and they're like, maybe I'll grab a couple other AS sets just to be sure, so I'm not filtering too much, and then you end up with some of these other AS sets are the ones that are excessive, and now your AS set is transitively excessive. So I don't know. There's a lot of work to be done. We're probably going to be still using this technology for a while, and depending on it for route filtering. So if we could clean some of this up, that would be wonderful. All right. So that was kind of short. But.
Thank you, Doug. Andre, the hand went up straight away.
Yeah, no, great presentation. I was shocked by numbers, frankly, because I remember there was an incident with Main One. There was in Nigeria, I think, a network that also knocked down Google and some other networks.
Yes, I remember.
And we looked at what might have caused that, and they used the IS set, which was excessive.
Okay.
Not to that extent, but it included Google. And why include Google? Because they use IS set to list all the assets in their data center. So the thing is, another problem is that IS set has different semantic. It's not an agreed semantic. It's not like my customer cone is just maybe all my assets in my data center, right? That's how Google appeared there. But my question is, 100 ISNs, how is it possible? Because, I mean, even if you have nested sort of sets, they're not multiplied, they're added. So either it should be enormous chain of nesting, or there should be some enormous. Did you nail down where this how it comes from?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think there's a lot of ASs that are not routed that are somehow included somewhere. I mean, if you look at in the AS MTU, the first initial lines is a dozen prefixes that are 0 dot something prefix in v4. Okay, well, these are not routed ranges. So what they don't provide a service, I assume that that's happening on the AS level. For BGP4Q or BGPQ4, it turns into ASs. I'm not sure if it has a thing to turn it into. It turns the AS set into a prefix list. I'm not sure if it'll give it the AS list that I'm getting from Ben. I could ask him of just like, I'm guessing we would have to be about 20,000 at least ASs that are not even routed that are showing up in the somewhere in that definition of the somebody's AS set. But yeah, they're honestly, I don't know if we're off by a little in one way or the other. they're so outlandish that they're in the case of the Nigeria main one. So this is November 2018, and one of the issues in that case was that the leak. What got everybody riled up is that it went through China. So I wonder in that case if they had belt and suspenders to protect against the leak going through main one's other providers, and for whatever reason, people interpreted this as a China attacks kind of scenario, but I think it was more just this lack of routing hygiene on their network at that time, but the AS set, it had to be more than one thing because the AS set probably affected all the providers.
Any other questions? I just had a quick question about your methodology in using source. Yeah, I just want to get an understanding, guys. What we're trying to do with Pulse and all these projects, this open data, they can look into use open source data to validate what you're seeing with Kentic, or
of every single customer. So we've got like 400 and something customers and all the routers. We have to have a full table. We have like 6,000 in our system. It's not that easy for me to, as a researcher, to just go and play with that data because it's really all hardwired into our product. And so it ends up being easy as like use data. Plus, if I find you look at the same public thing that I do. So a lot of times I spend, I'm for BGP data, a lot of times I'm using route views, maybe some RIPE data. The NetFlow traffic is entirely going to be my stuff, and we don't have a way to share that. But as far as like, if you wanted to play, somebody wanted to play around and recreate some of the stuff, the AS set ridiculousness, that can all be explored using open source tools. I mean, like the BGP Q4 tool is pretty handy. And there's some little differences between what Ben's getting out of. I'll ask him this week. I'm sure there's some little implementation difference as far as the numbers differ a little bit, but they're both, it's 1.3 million versus 1.4 million. It doesn't matter. So that stuff can be fully explored using open source.
Any last questions? No?
Oh, got Amrish.
Yes, Amrish. Here.
Thanks, Dirk. So do you have an idea of the usage of AS set? So is it something still used or is just there like a fossil in the IRR?
Yes, it is still used. Yeah, I mean, so out of you'll say like that top 10 list that I showed, we all had like 102,000 ASs. How many of those are actually getting applied to a router somewhere? It could be zero. I don't know. Having said that, like I said, I was talking to Google, Amazon, Cogent, Aurelion, do these guys use this stuff? And like, yeah, we have to. Like, we have to use, but we have to also have our own heuristics and workarounds to deal with this garbage. But we can't. The internet's too big, at least for the big players. The internet's too big to not have something to start from. But then there's work for them to then cleanse the data. And I still have a conversation going with Google where they've invented their own way to fix this. I mean, if only all of us were Google and we had a small team of whiz-bang engineers to fix this stuff, but like, or we could not have AS sets to expand to 102,000 AS is another way to solve it. But
Yeah, Amrish, I know that IXP is big. Especially they're using ISATs. I mean, in when audit and IXP to join Menace, are not obviously because you need to fall back there if our PKI is unknown for them as well.
All right. Thank you.
Going. So now we're moving into the last session of the day, and the last session is about market resilience. And we know Jeff has a lot to say about this, but we have given a time limit. We have two presenters in this session, Jeff Houston of APRICOT and Chris Weiser, is it? Yep, thank you. I got one last name correct. From one of the polls partners, both polls partners actually.
Yes, my name is Jeff Houston. I'm the Chief Scientist at APRICOT. This is not a technical talk. This is definitely not a technical talk. This is a macroeconomic talk. Because when you start talking about markets, then you've really got to understand that in market, and so I think it's useful to understand the makeup of the internet in market terms. And, you know, it's certainly true that conversations have changed enormously. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the old telephone network and the way it was organized internationally. Every national telephone operator was a peer of every other national telephone operator. And when a call was made internationally from one country to another, they did a knock for knock. The originating telephone company collected all the money for the call. They billed the person who dialed. And then at the end of a month, a year, a period, they then sat down with the telephone companies. There are 200 or so in the room. Figure out so this was a in both directions. They won't. TNT in 1994 because, you know, you could. And what actually happened was that the system became rapidly unbalanced. Now, the big loser was AT, the massive loser, to the tune of around $4 billion was AT. One of the few entities at the International Union of Telecommunications that was not a government-operated entity. It was private. Almost everyone else that I was running this telephone system, most telephone operators said, oh, well, it's international aid by another name. Government to government, don't have a problem. Except that TNT. that wasn't getting paid by the US government to be an unofficial arm of the late and lamented US aid. It was its own company, and it was busy paying out potential revenue or profit back into these countries. And they thought this system was little different from an international money laundering conspiracy, or basically a dastardly plot to rip money out of AT&T. Little they could do about it, though, because one vote in a room of 200 countries was just one vote, and they could never change the ITUT. But along came the internet, and it was quite early on, very early on, in the late 80s, where AT&T led a deliberate campaign in Washington to convince the US Congress and the state to withhold the internet from the international settlement regulatory regime. They wanted the internet to be a pure market, not a regulated, controlled market. What they wanted was market forces to actually operate inside that system. And so we started to actually develop a terminology of exchanges, of tiers, of providers and customers, that when two internet service providers, one in one country and one in another, happen to interconnect, there was no for the other one to pay the money, did. Simple as that. And so we actually developed this terminology. The ones at the top were tier ones. And it was no accident that the initial movers in the international internet market happened to be largely US based. And so the original tier ones, where all the money floated up, happened to be folk like Verizon, UUNet, AT&T got there eventually, Level 3, and so on. And everyone else had to pay the money. So in essence, we talked about exchange points and data centers and peering to try and avoid paying these tier ones. And so this was all market. There was no rules because the internet was not a rule-based system. It was a market-based system. Things change. Things change really dramatically. That's a conversation for the 1990s. It's not a conversation for today. And in fact, most of this has been neutralized by content distribution networks. These days, your traffic is not hauled from a Netflix server somewhere in Seattle. If you're here in Kuala Lumpur, it's hauled from the Netflix server somewhere here in Kuala Lumpur. Netflix has brought it over to Kuala Lumpur at Netflix's expense. And all you do is just drag it locally. There's very little cost, and the cost has changed considerably. So all of a sudden, this whole imbalance in international sort of settlement rates has disappeared as a conversation. This doesn't exist anymore. Even the whole issue between content distribution networks versus access networks has largely faded from view. These days, we tend to talk about, well, I don't know, we talk about AI as fashionable. God knows what else we talk about. In around about 20 years, just 20 years, it's been a dramatic change. When you consider that the old telephone system had at least 50 to 60 years, this is very, very quick. And the real sort of situation to think about is why? Why do these conversations in our industry change so quickly? And if you can get this question, why are markets and market shape and market behavior changing so quickly? And I would actually say the driver is Moore's Law. The driver is Moore's Law. Two fundamental US inventions. 1949, the transistor. Oh God, you're going to test me. 58, the first of a chip, there were four. And then technology just miniaturize and miniaturize and miniaturize. There was no fundamental change in that evolution other than continual technology refinement of a whole idea. Put mole transistors on one silicon substrate. Silicon track width of a time. We're down to 3. Now, not sure we can get to 2. At some point, the tracks are so narrow, and it is 2-dimensional. Little electrons take on a mind of their own and just wander through all the gates. And so at some point, very, very soon, and we've already started it, we have to start thinking about 3D chips, which is a pretty new thought for this industry. But look at that evolution since 1970. It's phenomenal. The number of gates on a chip has been doubling consistently. Chip and Apple with its, I think it's M3, is now getting very, very close to $1 trillion. What does this mean? The cost of computing is approximately halving every 18 months. The cost. What does that mean? The equipment you bought 18 months ago is worth at least half. You get it for the same price today, is doing double the job very quickly. I think there have been very few business plans and in terms of market reality that have survived more than 5 years. They just don't. Because your competitor, if they wait, is faster and cheaper every time. And that's just an artifact of technology, right? If you delay, you'll get advantaged. So what was just impossible, let's encrypt every packet. Can't do it. 10 years later, let's encrypt every packet. Oh, yeah, no problem. We can't run the DNS over TCP. We must run it over UDP. We can't do it any other way. This year, what's your problem? Things that were unthinkable become thinkable. Business plans don't work over extended periods. And quite frankly, that lifetime plan, debut, consolidation, maturity of a product is around 5 years. Most companies, most investors, most markets can't operate at that pace. They can't. And it actually is a testament to the US internal system and its relatively relaxed attitude to debt and bankruptcy. Where going bankrupt is not a moral failure. It's just an attempt that failed. Actually, no plan survives 5 years was actually the US. European markets continued along an age-old tradition where debt is a moral sin. Money was never, loose. There was never large amounts of venture capital that was willing to forgive. Highly moral form of money never stood a chance in this economy. European companies were never able to scale because the risk appetite of their investment capital wasn't there. Like I said, this is macroeconomics. I'm sorry, it's not measurement, Robbie. But, when you start talking about markets and market resilience, you've got to understand the context in which these markets operate. And this is foreign for all of us. We've never, ever existed in a market that has changed so fundamentally, so quickly, again and again and again. It's brutal. What do you do to survive? You can't keep track of every innovation. You just can't. So you do the next best thing. You buy everyone. You might smile, but you remember Cisco's attitude? Buy it. Google's attitude? No product was invented in Google since search. Maps, Sydney-based thing. Mail, forgotten. Android, forgotten. Someone. None of this was Google internal. That is why? Because before it becomes competition, you just suck it up and get rid of it before it becomes a problem. And this prophetic thing. Did anyone ever see Chinatown? None of you? Oh, go watch it if you did. Thanks, Doug. At least there's someone. Everyone else should go see it. Roman Polanski's, I think, first and last attempt at a gangster movie. And there's just one line that I thought was really, really opposite. God knows why I was thinking of it. But it's you eat. How much more can you live? Why do you need all this money? What are you trying to buy? And the answer was the future, Mr. Giddies, the future. Google is not doing what Google's doing for more market dominance. That was achieved years ago. It's doing it for 100 years of market dominance into the future. That's not novel. That is not novel. In the US economy, the last time of this kind of major structural change was in the industrialization of the US economy and its markets post-Civil War. The formation with the railroad systems of the ability to move goods to factories, to move the produced goods to markets and so on, to move things around and create much, much larger companies. What larger companies got created? Standard Oil, General Electric, companies that, US Steel, companies that exist today 100 years later and are still substantial. That they first used their market powers to make their own position dominant at the time, and then used it to actually push to a future that gave them a greater degree of assurance. So what's Apple looking at today? 100 years, same as Google. It's a different kind of market. So the end result of this is something that I've seen various people whinge, moan and decry over some years now. Oh, the market's dominated by the big five. Oh, it's all consolidation. Centralization is here. It's evil. Now, I don't want to put a moral tone on this. You can certainly argue that centralization is evil for all kinds of reasons, but I would actually argue this environment created that. They had no choice. We had no choice. When you're in a market that is constantly moving at that kind of rate, the ones that are large is simple survival. And then actually to stop is to die, literally. So they have no choice. Originally, arrangement. All of that has now changed. Because, you know, they're not perfect. Oops. But, you know, no longer is a network a shared piece of common infrastructure. It's a private piece of infrastructure owned and operated by particular providers. And these distribution folk are using the abundance that was a byproduct of the signal processor, Moore's law. It's the only way you can get a bit per second out of these things. So all of this says we've actually managed is a dirty word. And you actually get owned resources, not common shared resources. Massive change. So today's internet architecture, you get rid of all of those points of friction. It's the last mile switching service. Route. There is no in this hotel. One. Same when I'm at home, at work. Same for you. We actually the network in the way we did before. Today's network architecture is increased. The market reflects that. So now is much more attention to the edge. 5G is not accident. Or millimeter, which is astonishing. It will probably happen. Increase the capacity of the last one. It's all profit. There's greater And that just led to high capacity technology. And what that cost the huge amounts of money. Quietly, at the same time, Vodafone did its annual up and to the right. Yep, down and to the right. Result in capital intensity, linear. Deutsche Telekom was lying. They were delivering through the network, able to be done at a fixed cost because of greater cost efficiency of the equipment constant refresh of that way they could actually maintain a consistent. And so we sort of find this fundamental disconnect between the technical reality market. We 4G, 5G, and we are going to go to millimeter. Millimeter will be interesting because its peripheral power is close to zero. It's tissue paper. Get the signals through it. So I think that Musk has huge. Quite frankly, there's only so much spectrum up there, and he's limited on the number of bands. So anything, you know, and remote, it's great for everywhere that is not intensively served by fibre, but for where we actually aggregate as people, it's all fibre and only fibre. Failure to reinvest in the edge, failure to add capital, nothing longer than 5 years means you die. And the over-the-top content folk in markets deserve to pay them is just a complete myth. It's just clinging to a technology model that's outdated and a business model that is basically based on regulatory favour. And there's no such thing as regulatory favour anymore. Just go ask Mr. Trump. So what do you do? You're running a national telecommunications rate. The basic answer is you're asking for a power close to a deity from mere humans working in the public service, as long as they've still got a job. So that ain't going to happen. It's not realistic to expect that any regulatory intervention is going to produce anything useful. To try and regulate the inter-provider pricing going on between, and all that means is you're taking the folk who are bad at their job and shoveling the money. That doesn't make for better networks. It makes for crappier networks because you're basically rewarding poor engineering and poor behavior, and it inhibits technology refresh. So if you go down the second path, you're condemning you and your citizens to an inferior infrastructure at a higher cost. Not a good idea. So what do you do about so much that they're willing to spend? I think the original sum was 48 billion Australian dollars. Australian dollars, still something to actually destroy that, just completely doing a long job. We're going to do
Recording in progress.
Comes out. So there's this massive spike in traffic. And because can't with that a video stream instance, you need to download the whole thing. And we actually, okay, cool. And actually one of the big that we saw that really kind of hammered it down of made a resilient network in the sense is they went from an average of 144 terabits per second of release in that game. So it's a tenfold increase in the network capacity. Next slide. That's all right. And we actually saw this with, and during, so during our study, we looked at a Counter-Strike 2 game release that came out. So what we can see here, this is for the Tokyo POP for Valve Steam Network. This is all from public data that we got. And we mapped their Asia traffic across the bandwidth, the load on the caches that they have. And what we can see is there's all of these crosses is when these caches are no longer advertising themselves as available. So these are the ones that Valve owns and operates. But what we see is the traffic still goes up like normal. There's no plateauing, there's no slowing down, it's increasing. So the traffic is clearly coming from somewhere else as well. Next slide. Region, not just for load balancing, etc., are in a more desire. It's overloaded, and backups are you're replacing some of your stuff in your POPs, or something happens, then you still have a backup that is available there. At the end of the day, your customers don't really see, or your players don't see the instance of that, and you have happy people through. And we saw this with the, again, back to our Counter-Strike 2 release. They're just on a baseline one. There is still some happening between the caches of different cities. So you can see, like if you're in Chicago, there were some results coming back from Seattle, etc. But what we see is a lot bigger distribution during the actual release itself. So they're trying to make use of the resources that they have as much as possible. And especially when it's split over multiple time zones, that really helps because not everybody's going to have it at the same time. So try and use these as much as possible, especially if you are trying to deploy your own content delivery network. And then lastly, fallbacks. And this is very important of making sure that you, if you are going to host your own service, if you're going to host your CDN, etc., make sure to at least have one commercial CDN available. And this could be like your Google, Akamai. Big things is that they scale quite a lot larger than you probably can. Yes, you do have to pay for those, but at the end of the day, they do provide you that backup. they also have the benefit of being available in areas that you might not necessarily service. So if you're, for instance, a local media company, Malaysia, and have backups if a provider is not necessarily servicing an area very well. You can also load balance between them. But this comes to the second part of, I guess, the internet resiliency. Because you are using multiple different providers, you can get or like split your requests like on a fixed percentage between them. You can use to, I guess, have them game against each other, make sure, find out which gives you the best performance in a region, like best cost performance, or have some pains with the VMware instance from last year, like vendor lock-in is the last that you want to have. So this at least gives you some options to play around with that. And then kind of like how to work with this during peak times. So the big thing is if you're doing content provider, try and push whenever possible. A big thing that can help with this is using analytics. So if you're a streaming one, if there's a new show, which clients have bought the game, where you're expecting to do about how much traffic, etc. It makes a big difference, and only pull as is required. So the big thing of this is that if you have, let's say, a live sports event that you're not really made to do normally when you just do on-demand traffic, and a lot of people around the world is trying to view that at the same time, it does tend to end up in some like glitching and stuttering. So implementing something that can do some rate limiting or just limit the bandwidth across that will make a big difference, because if your origin server is down, everybody's going to suffer. And we'll look a little bit more of some of the fail cases of that a bit later. But so the big thing is, and actually where a lot of our statistics come from and why we chose Steam, is well, they use this client-based way of finding out which servers to connect to. This does require, I know we're mainly more operators, but this requires some work with your developers. If you can implement a way, querying an API to find out which servers are available, what is distribution, and maybe even which you run, you can use the commercial CDNs, and these are all just being names. To show as we mapped across content, as well as using the third party, the commercial CDNs. And for the most part, ignoring South America, they can, whenever we do the query, they can serve the content 90+% of the time. However, when we look at the percentage of traffic served, this is lower. So this really just highlights the point of use these CDNs, third-party CDNs, as needed for these peak traffic instances. I do know they are doing a lot more work deploying services within South America, etc. But it shows to us like the strategy does work. And Steam's been around for 20 years now. So our initial thoughts was this is a slow transition to a more traditional, purely cloud-based one, but they're still deploying their own caches out there. So the strategy is clearly working well for them. And so the thing where we kind of seen this before in the strategy is kind of like the 3-2-1, like in the backup system, where you want to have 3 copies of your data, 2 different media types, and 1 copy offsite. And I kind of like stolen, slightly repurposed it, where for your service resiliency, whether it's for your website or the content that you distribute, you maybe want to look at doing a similar one where you have 3 points of access, an ISP cache, and that can be your own, hosting it within a POP or a data center that's separately available, as well as a third-party CDN. And having at least 2 different providers. One can be you and one can be a cloud provider, but having at least 2 different ones. So if one goes down, you're not fully affected by it. And then lastly, again, because we are in a more disaster-prone area, have one offsite out of region, whether that is out of country or just, in a case of New Zealand, North Island, South Island, or Japan, East and West, like have these instances so you have a backup instance with that. And actually, this is where I'm just going to say, like, I thought this was kind of common sense, but at the same time, we still see some of these issues come out. The Sony's one I put in, it's mostly because it's gaming. That one came out because it was actually operator issue. However, the other 2 was essentially both providers going from a traditional static, like on an on-demand base, to a more live instance. And I'm actually going to focus on the Netflix case more. So if we're going back to the describing what content distribution looks like. So normally Netflix is a case of just on demand, doesn't matter where you are in the world. When you're ready, you can watch the show and it will be there. Time zones and stuff help with that, and there's a wide variety of cases. However, now that you're introducing a live event, instead of people looking for a lot of different content, everybody's looking for the same one. And they've produced numbers that it's 108 million people that viewed this at the same, well, in total, with a peak of 65 million concurrent viewers. And because all of these, if they have like a traditional just pull instance, not too sure, but clearly something on their end struggled because a lot of people had issues with stuttering, lagging, and bandwidth drop with that. If your system's not necessarily designed to work with these live stream cases, then there's probably some shortfalls that will happen. And a lot of it is as well, the network operators and the application designers, et cetera, need to work together. And to kind of follow, to finish off, I'm actually stealing this line this instance from a lot older institute than STEAM. So this is a survey that came from the European Broadcast Union, and I just checked the website before, they've been around for 75 years now or so. And they're mainly doing public media service within that area. And a lot of what they're describing actually matches what STEAM is already doing. And that is mainly use your own CDN until your capacity, maximum capacity, go to your commercial CDNs when it overflows. And making sure to use your own CDN for the on-demand and use your commercial CDNs for live content. They can scale higher, they can work with that, use them for that. Again, own CDNs for in-region requests. It's not necessarily, there's not a point deploying your own CDN in an area that there's 2 people viewing. Use your commercial CDNs for those purposes. And like I said, gamifying some of your requests between your CDN providers so that you have that multi-vendor aspect of it, but you can also make sure that like they're all price competitive to each other. And that's following with the multi-CDN. And the last one, well, that's technically not them. This is more me adding, and this really only applies to your Microsoft, Apple, and Steam of the world. Steam's been about 2 years now where they've implemented this peer-to-peer one, and all of these have it as an opt-in. So within a large corporate network, for instance, instead of downloading Microsoft updates for everyone, you can share between people within your network. Same for your Steam games or for your Apple network stuff as well. And these are all things to just help ease the tension of the rest of the network. And that's it for me. I will try and answer questions. I do know we're probably getting ready for drinks later.
That's okay. Thank you very much for that, Christopher. Oh, sorry about that. And I do apologise for the bad segue to your presentation after Jeff's. Yeah, the world is burning, which Jeff has a tendency of doing. But we kind of wanted to also put in that order just to give the context of where centralisation is going. But this is where it is going. This is how it is working, but it still needs a lot of work at the same time. Questions? None. I just love the idea of gaming as well. I mean, it's something that's not necessarily thought of and not publicised as much as a Netflix, Boohoo, or any other Microsoft update. But there's just so much user data out there. I know from the gaming community that it's starting to filter through into how it's starting to understand how the network works. Maybe if I just, no, that just seems a bit bad. Doug seems to have a really good spot here.
Yeah, you're on.
There. It's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah.
So Chris, I looked into the Tyson fight also, and using our data, so that maybe we can talk offline. There's something I can share with you. I think what was interesting was that on Christmas Day in the United States, Netflix aired 2 NFL games that went off without a hitch. So like after the Tyson fight, we're like, well, how are they going to do this on Christmas Day? And that actually worked out fine. And in each case, they only used their own CDN, which seemed like that probably was a factor in the Netflix. You mentioned that, and the problems, like I couldn't get the Tyson fight. I didn't really care, but it wouldn't load for me. Like a lot of people, I'm on Comcast, so that may have something to do with it too. But I would say that the viewership was like half. Like the Tyson thing was kind of just really off the charts. I think beyond what they expected of just how many people wanted to tune in and see this train wreck, and a lot of people turned out, and more than the system could handle. And like even though they pulled off Christmas Day without a hitch, they probably would still melt down if there was another Tyson fight kind of thing, and had 100+ million people trying to live stream something. But anyway.
Yeah, I think kind of as part of that as well, from what I've seen, and actually I know there's a lot of work that's been done about it. And this is not just for that, but for why that Call of Duty in 2020 was a big thing, but all of the subsequent ones did not cause an issue. There's been a lot of work going between developers, et cetera, to make people aware that these updates are coming, about how big it's going to be, what time it's going to come across. I know there's a couple of initiatives in Japan. The ISOC also has some talks about it. If you know that it's coming, you can prepare for it and be aware. If it just comes out of nowhere, that's when things do tend to break.
CrowdStrike.
Yes.
Any other questions? No? Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass it over to Amrish for closing thoughts.
Thank you.
Let's use this one.
Oh, yes.
Get rid of this one.
Yes. Yeah, we have come at the end of the day. To the end of the day of our first Internet Measurement Forum. As Robbie mentioned this morning, we have 4 more to do this year. So I hope to see perhaps more of you joining either online or in person the other measurement forum. We still need to decide on the format of the future forum, so whether it can be a mix of workshops, hands-ons, and presentations as we did today. But the idea was really to give you a sense of the different issues out there which is affecting the internet and how we can improve on. And as you know, we cannot improve the internet if we do not measure it, and that's the whole point of it. And as Robbie also pointed out, internet measurement is not only technical, and we can as much effort that we're putting on the measuring the technical side, we can put as much effort on measuring the non-technical side, including the economic side of things or the human's impact side of things. So really a lot of things to do. So if you have ideas of things and topics that you would want Pulse and the Internet Society to cover, we would really love to hear from you. So if you can please send us feedback at pulse@isoc.org, that would be great. I don't know if you have no, we don't, but pulse@isoc.org. It's very easy. We would love to hear from you, whether it is about organizing an event in your country that could also be considered. So a big thank you for all of you that were here since the beginning, and thank you to the presenter. Next. Okay.
There is also a social event. So if you'd like, if you are an Internet Society member or believe in the internet is for everyone, you're welcome to have a pre-social drink